Before the stars glittered in the heavens, before the earth took its first breath, there was only the silence of nothingness. No color, no sound, no shape. Just an infinite void, suspended in eternity. But from this silence, a whisper stirred, a whisper that would grow into a magnificent symphony. In the beginning, it was not chaos that ruled, but pure intention, a will that crafted each moment with purpose. A thought, as ancient as time itself, gave birth to everything, life, light, and the universe. And in the center of it all, there was God, the Creator, whose words held power beyond comprehension. The first utterance was not a roar, but a gentle call. Let there be light. And with that, the darkness trembled, bending to the will of the Creator, as brilliant light poured forth like liquid gold. For eons, God had been alone, a solitary being whose thoughts danced like stars. But soon, the Creator decided to fill the emptiness with companions, beings who could serve, who could love, who could reflect the divine beauty of creation itself. Thus, the angels were born. Not from dust or stone, but from the very essence of God's will, pure and radiant. They were beings of unimaginable grace, formed to embody divine light and strength. Michael was among them, the firstborn, the strongest, the most noble. His wings spread wide, shimmering like silver-threaded clouds, as he stood at the front of the celestial court. His eyes, a piercing blue, could see through the fabric of reality itself. The Creator had shaped him to lead, to protect, and to embody the virtues of the divine. He was the perfect reflection of God's image, strong, brave, and just. Each angel was given a task, a purpose that resonated with the cosmic order. Some guarded the farthest reaches of creation, others whispered the divine will to the earth's creatures. And then there was Michael, the protector, entrusted with guarding the sacred throne of God. His strength was legendary, unmatched by any other, for the Creator had poured all of his might into Michael, the first angel. It was said that when Michael stood beside God, no shadow could dare approach. But there was one among them, Lucifer, who was different. He was radiant too, the most beautiful of all angels, and his wings shimmered with colors that seemed to belong to another world. He was gifted beyond measure, not only in strength, but in wisdom. And yet, Lucifer's heart, though perfect, harbored a deep seed of longing. He wanted more, not just to serve, but to rule, to sit at the throne next to the Creator. Lucifer's beauty was unmatched, his voice like a symphony that could move the heavens. He was proud, but it was not a pride built on humility. It was a pride born from desire for more than what he had been given, more than what he was destined to be. His heart ached for power. And that hunger was a spark, one that would grow into a fire that would one day consume him. As the days passed, the Creator watched his children, all of them perfect in their own right, but one remained restless. Lucifer, with all his grace, could not contain his growing discontent. He looked upon God, upon Michael, and something within him began to twist. A thought took root in his heart: why should Michael be the one to stand closest to the throne? Why should he, Lucifer, not take that place himself? Whispers began to drift through the halls of heaven, soft and insidious, like a cool breeze carrying the scent of decay. Lucifer was not alone in his thoughts. A few other angels, swayed by his brilliance and their own hunger for more, began to listen. Together, they spoke in hushed tones, plotting a future where they could overthrow the Creator's will. But they spoke of it as a revolution of love, of freedom, of liberation. Yet beneath their words, there was a sharp edge, an edge that would soon draw blood. Michael, as always, stood by the Creator's side, listening with his heart. He saw the flickers of doubt in Lucifer's eyes, heard the subtle shift in his voice. Michael's purpose was not just to protect, but to serve as a guardian of purity and truth. He felt the darkness in Lucifer's heart long before the first rebellion was ever uttered. And yet, Michael could not understand. How could one who had been made from the very light of the Creator's will turn so swiftly toward shadow? The whispers grew louder, the discontent turning to anger. The time would come soon when Lucifer could no longer hide his intentions. Michael knew that, and though his heart broke at the thought, he was ready. He could not allow heaven to fall into chaos. He would not allow Lucifer's pride to destroy the world the Creator had so lovingly built. In the beginning, it was light that reigned. It was a light that shaped the stars and gave life to every being, every moment. But as the whispers of rebellion grew louder, the light began to flicker, and for the first time in all of creation, darkness threatened to seep in. Michael stood, unwavering, as the first shadows took shape. The time was coming when the battle would begin, not just for heaven, but for the very soul of the universe. God had created everything with love. But now, it seemed that love itself would be tested. The perfect world, filled with light and harmony, was about to be torn apart by pride, ambition, and the thirst for power. And in that moment, Michael, the firstborn, stood not as a warrior, but as a guardian of the light, prepared to face the impossible. He knew what was at stake. He knew the cost. And as the heavens waited in breathless silence, the first thunderclap echoed through the skies, signaling that the beginning of creation was only the beginning of a war that would span eons. Lucifer stood at the center of the heavens, his wings unfurled in all their splendor. There was no being more radiant, no sight more mesmerizing. His feathers shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars, each one reflecting the divine light of the Creator itself. He was the epitome of perfection, beautiful beyond comprehension, a masterpiece among angels. His presence made the very air hum with energy, a force that seemed to ripple through the fabric of reality. When he spoke, his voice resonated with a depth that could stir even the deepest parts of the soul. He was the brightest star. That was how the Creator had named him, how heaven had revered him. It was said that Lucifer's light outshone all others. His beauty was not just skin deep, it came from the purity of his heart, from the strength of his devotion to the divine plan. He was, in every sense, the shining example of what an angel should be. But beneath the surface, something darker was beginning to stir. Lucifer's beauty, once a symbol of grace, had become a prison, a constant reminder of his perfection. And perfection, as it turned out, was not enough. It started as a quiet thought, so subtle that even he couldn't recognize it at first. What if I could be more? It was an idea that lingered in the corners of his mind, like a shadow that refused to leave. He had been given the highest station among the angels, the closest to the Creator's throne. And yet, he found himself questioning, why should I not sit there instead? Why should I be second to anyone? Lucifer's mind was a vast expanse, filled with wisdom and knowledge. He was gifted, no one could deny that. Every task he was given, he completed flawlessly. Every command from the Creator was met with obedience. Yet, the more he did, the more he felt as though he was merely a tool, a servant for someone else's plan. His heart, once filled with gratitude, now began to ache with dissatisfaction. He looked upon the Creator, who stood at the center of it all, shining with a light that was both overwhelming and incomprehensible. God was perfection itself, a force beyond time and space, an essence that could not be understood by mortal minds. But in the face of such brilliance, Lucifer began to feel small. And that smallness was unbearable. He had been created to reflect that light, to shine as the brightest of all. But what was the point of shining if there was no one to witness it? What was the point of his brilliance if it wasn't acknowledged in the way he believed it should be? Anger, quiet at first, began to rise within him. It was a quiet storm, one that he tried to ignore, but could not. Why should he be content with his station, always following, always serving, always second to God? Why shouldn't he be the one to sit on the throne, the one to hold the power, the one to reign? Lucifer's mind twisted with these thoughts, each one feeding the other. The Creator had given him everything, but it was never enough. He was the brightest star, yes, but he wanted to be the sun itself. He wanted to be the source of all light, the one whom all would worship. He wanted to be God. The temptation to rise above his purpose grew stronger with each passing day. He could no longer silence the whispers in his heart. It was a feeling that consumed him, a need to be more, to be greater, to be revered in a way that he never had been. The more he looked upon God's throne, the more it seemed like a position he deserved, a position that was his by right. He spoke to the other angels, subtly at first, testing the waters. He did not declare his intent outright, for that would have been too bold. Instead, he spoke of greatness, of freedom, of the possibility of a world where every angel could stand on their own, without the need for a higher authority. His words were like honey, sweet, persuasive, and tempting. Many of the angels listened, their hearts stirred by the idea of freedom from the Creator's will. But even in his most persuasive moments, Lucifer knew that his heart had turned, that his desire for power had taken root in a way that would no longer be easily undone. His pride was no longer just a reflection of his beauty. It had become a disease, spreading through every fiber of his being, poisoning his thoughts. He no longer saw the Creator as a father, as a source of love. He saw him as a rival, someone who stood in the way of his true potential. Lucifer's heart burned with the need to overthrow the divine order, to take the throne and rule not as a servant, but as a king. And so, the brightest star began to dim. The beauty that had once been the hallmark of his existence was now a mask for something darker. The whispers grew louder in his heart, and his mind began to unravel. He could no longer see the light for what it was. All he could see was the throne, and all he could feel was the hunger for it. As the days stretched on, Lucifer's intentions became clearer to him. He would not be content serving in the shadow of the Creator. He would take the throne for himself, and he would not rest until he had done so. No longer would he be the servant. He would be the master. In the halls of heaven, the angels whispered. Some were afraid, unsure of what was unfolding before them. Others, caught in Lucifer's charisma and vision, began to follow. But no one, not even the brightest star himself, could understand the true cost of what was to come. The hunger for power was about to tear heaven apart. Lucifer's eyes, once filled with wonder and light, now burned with the fire of ambition. He was no longer the shining example of grace. He was something else entirely, a being willing to risk everything for the crown that he believed was rightfully his. The war had already begun, not with a clash of swords, but with a war of hearts, a battle that would change the course of heaven forever. And so, the brightest star began its descent, its once glistening light now flickering with the darkness of rebellion. The end of one path, and the beginning of a much darker one. Lucifer stood alone in the grand expanse of heaven, his wings folded tightly against his back. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant hum of celestial beings fulfilling their tasks. But to Lucifer, the hum was no longer comforting. It was a reminder. A reminder of his place, a place he had grown to resent. The divine order, the structure that held everything in balance, now seemed like a cage to him, a golden prison. And the bars of that prison were the very truths he had once embraced. His heart had become a battlefield, torn between his longing for something more and the quiet whisper of guilt that still echoed within him. But the more he tried to quiet the whisper, the louder it grew. It called to him from the deepest recesses of his soul, coaxing him into a dangerous thought: why serve when you could rule? The seed had been planted, and it was growing, its roots spreading deep into Lucifer's heart, taking hold of his mind. Once, he had been content to stand in the Creator's light, basking in the glory of his design. But now, the thought of being second to anyone seemed unbearable. Lucifer, the brightest star, felt the sting of resentment. I was made to be perfect. Why should I not be the one to reign? It was a dangerous thought, but one that could no longer be denied. The rebellion was not a sudden storm, it was a slow, deliberate rise. The whispers inside his mind were no longer questions, they were demands. Lucifer began to see the Creator not as a father, but as an obstacle, someone who stood in the way of his true potential. And the more he thought about it, the more the Creator's rules seemed less like wisdom and more like a limitation, an imposition. Heaven, once a paradise of peace, was beginning to feel like a battlefield in his mind. Lucifer was not alone in his thoughts. The seeds of rebellion, once small and scattered, began to grow in the hearts of others. Lucifer had always been a figure of awe among the angels. His beauty, his wisdom, his strength, everything about him made him a natural leader. And now, those who looked upon him with admiration began to see the cracks in the divine order that Lucifer had discovered. They, too, began to question their place. Why serve in silence when they could stand as equals? Why follow a path that had been laid out for them when they could carve their own? Lucifer did not have to ask twice. His voice, smooth and persuasive, called to them like a siren's song. He spoke of freedom, of liberation from the rules that bound them. He painted a picture of a future where no one would have to bow before anyone, where each angel would be free to choose their own destiny. It was a vision that resonated deeply with those who had longed for more, who had grown restless in their roles. And as Lucifer spoke, their hearts began to shift. Their devotion to the Creator began to waver. The rebellion began not with a clash of swords, but with a soft murmur of discontent. It was subtle, like a crack in a beautiful sculpture that no one noticed at first. But over time, the crack spread. The seeds of rebellion grew deeper, their roots entangling the hearts of more and more angels. They were no longer just questioning their place in heaven, they were beginning to believe they deserved more. They no longer wanted to simply reflect the light of the Creator. They wanted to be the light themselves. The tension in heaven became palpable. Where there had once been unity, there was now division. The angels who followed Lucifer, those who had been swayed by his words, began to gather in secret. They met in the shadows of heaven, away from the watchful eyes of those still loyal to the Creator. It was here, in the quiet corners of heaven, that the first plans of rebellion were hatched. They would rise against the Creator, against the very order that had been established since the dawn of time. They would take control, and they would remake heaven in their image. But even as the rebellion took root, there were still whispers of doubt. Some angels, though shaken by Lucifer's words, held fast to the truth they had always known. They saw the darkness in his heart, the growing pride that consumed him. They could feel the corruption in the air, as though something pure had been stained. They remembered the beauty of the Creator, the love that had flowed through heaven, and they knew that this rebellion was not born of freedom, but of something much darker. Michael, ever watchful, sensed the shift before anyone else. He had known Lucifer for eons. They had stood side by side, fought side by side, each embodying the virtues of the Creator. But now, there was something different in Lucifer's gaze. The once pure light in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by something that was hard to name, ambition, perhaps, or a desire for power. Michael could feel the tension in his own heart, a deep sadness that gripped him. He didn't want to believe it, but the truth was unavoidable. Lucifer, the brightest star, was no longer the being he had once been. And with that transformation, heaven itself was at risk. The seeds of rebellion had been planted, and though they began as whispers, they were growing louder with each passing day. Lucifer's followers, emboldened by his words, began to spread his vision of a new order. They spoke of a heaven where they, too, could reign. They spoke of a world where they would no longer be servants to anyone, not even to the Creator. It was a vision of freedom, but a freedom built on rebellion, on defiance, on pride. And yet, amidst the growing unrest, there was still Michael, loyal, unwavering, and filled with sorrow. He could not fathom how the angel who had once been his closest companion could now be the cause of such turmoil. The Creator had made everything good. The Creator had made everything perfect. How could Lucifer have fallen so far? And more importantly, how could Michael, the protector of heaven, stand by while the world he had sworn to defend was torn apart? The seeds of rebellion had been sown, but the war was not yet won. Heaven, once a paradise of peace, was now a battlefield not of swords, but of hearts. Lucifer's desire for power had begun to shape the future of all creation, and there was no turning back. The conflict was inevitable. And when it came, it would shake the very foundations of heaven itself. The vast, gleaming halls of heaven stood still, silent as though the very air itself held its breath. The golden pillars, adorned with shimmering light, stretched endlessly upward, holding the very weight of eternity. The celestial court gathered here, an assembly of beings crafted by divine hands, filled with wisdom and grace. Angels stood in their radiant forms, their wings folded gently, their gazes fixed upon the elevated throne at the far end of the grand hall. It was here that the Creator sat, a figure of indescribable majesty, glowing with an eternal light. The council was about to begin. The great council was not a gathering of simple beings. It was a solemn occasion, one that occurred only when matters of utmost importance arose. The angels had gathered many times before to discuss matters of creation, to witness the unfolding of the universe, and to listen to the will of the Creator. But today, the air was thick with tension and unspoken unease that no one dared acknowledge aloud. Lucifer stood at the far end of the assembly, his wings slightly raised as though he, too, could sense the change in the air. His appearance was flawless as always, his beauty overwhelming to anyone who dared to look upon him. But beneath the serene exterior, there was something darker, a restlessness that had not been there before. The other angels stood in quiet reverence, awaiting the Creator's voice, but Lucifer's thoughts were far from the proceedings. They were far from anything pure. His mind raced with plans, with visions of what could be, of what he had begun to whisper in secret to his followers. In the moments before the Creator spoke, a hush fell over the council. The Creator, with eyes like the dawn, surveyed the assembly. His gaze passed over each angel, his presence filling the space with an overwhelming sense of peace and power. Yet, there was something different about this gathering. The Creator's countenance, though still gentle, carried the weight of sorrow for the choices that had already been made, for the rebellion that had quietly taken root. It was the sadness of a father witnessing his children stray from the path, unable to undo what had already begun. Michael stood near the throne, his wings raised in quiet vigilance, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the betrayal that had taken root among his brethren. He had always been the Creator's steadfast protector, the one who stood beside him through all things, but now, in this moment, he could feel the divide that was widening in their once perfect home. His gaze flickered toward Lucifer, who stood tall and unmoving, his perfect countenance unyielding. The tension between them was palpable, but it was not the tension of rivals, it was something much deeper, something far more painful. Michael, the loyal servant of the Creator, was about to witness a confrontation that would shake heaven to its core. The Creator's voice, gentle and sorrowful, broke the silence. "My children," he began, his voice as deep as the heavens themselves. "You have gathered here for a reason. You know why this council has been called. There are whispers in the halls, shadows that have begun to take root. I have seen the unrest in your hearts. I have felt the change that stirs within you. But my children, I have created you for a purpose. You are beings of light, made in my image, to reflect love, to serve in peace, and to protect the harmony of all creation. You are not meant to be rulers, but stewards of a beauty greater than yourselves." As the Creator spoke, his gaze swept over the assembly, his eyes lingering on Lucifer. Lucifer, standing tall and still, felt the weight of that gaze, yet he did not flinch. His heart burned with the desire for more. The Creator's words, meant to remind the angels of their divine purpose, only fanned the flames of his ambition. He wanted more than just service. He wanted power. He wanted control. And most of all, he wanted to be seen not as a servant of the Creator, but as the one who should sit at his side. The Creator's light had never shone as brightly as it did on Lucifer. He was the brightest, the most beautiful. But that beauty had become a curse, one that he could no longer bear. Michael felt the growing distance between the Creator's words and Lucifer's silence. He could see the strain on his brother's face, the growing discontent that was now impossible to ignore. And in the pit of Michael's heart, he knew that the time for words was running out. The Creator could speak of peace, of harmony, but Lucifer had already made his decision. And now, there was only one way forward. Lucifer took a slow step forward, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Creator," he began, his words smooth, yet laced with an undeniable tension, "I have served you faithfully. I have stood by your side, basked in your light, and followed your will. But I have come to realize that I am more than this. I was made for more than this. The other angels and I, we are not meant to serve forever. We are not meant to be shadows of your greatness. We, too, can shine. We, too, can rule." There was a collective gasp among the assembly. Michael's heart sank as Lucifer's words echoed through the hall, reverberating with defiance. His voice carried power, as always, but now it was laced with something darker, a desire for control, for dominance. And in that moment, the truth was laid bare. Lucifer's rebellion was no longer a quiet whisper. It had become an open challenge. Lucifer, the creator, spoke, his voice calm yet filled with an immense sadness. I have created you with love. I have given you all that you are. You were perfect. But now, your heart is filled with pride. You seek to become what I never intended. You seek to take my place. Do you truly believe you can create a world better than the one I have made? Do you truly believe you are worthy of my throne? Lucifer's eyes narrowed. The truth of the Creator's words stung, but his pride refused to be swayed. I do not seek to overthrow you, Lucifer replied, his voice cold and defiant. I seek to lead as you do. To reign in a world where all of us are free, where no one is bound by the chains of servitude. It is not your throne I desire, it is the freedom to choose my own path. The council fell into a tense silence. The Creator's gaze softened, filled with sorrow. Lucifer, my creation was never about chains. It was about love. It was about unity. You were created to reflect my light, not to challenge it. I offer you peace. I offer you a place at my side. But your heart is no longer pure. You have chosen a path of rebellion. Lucifer's eyes flashed with anger, his wings flaring outward. Then I choose this path, he said, his voice now a thunderclap, and I will take others with me. And so, in the great council, heaven's first fracture began. The seed of rebellion had been sown, and though the Creator had offered peace, Lucifer had chosen war. The battle for heaven had begun, not with swords, but with hearts filled with pride, ambition, and the desire to rule. And as the Creator looked upon his beloved creation, he knew that the war to come would change everything, for heaven, for the angels, and for all of creation itself. The air in heaven, once filled with harmony and the gentle hum of celestial songs, felt heavy now. The brightness of the eternal realm seemed dimmer, as though the very light of creation hesitated in the face of what was to come. Angels who had once moved freely through the vast expanse of this perfect domain now gathered in tight groups, whispers of uncertainty on their lips. A quiet unease had settled upon the realm, as if the fabric of its peace was unraveling thread by thread. The moment of betrayal was close, though few truly understood its gravity. Lucifer stood at the edge of a great precipice, overlooking the shimmering expanse of heaven. His wings, once symbols of purity, now carried the weight of his defiance. The Creator's light still reflected off their perfect feathers, but it no longer warmed him as it once did. Instead, it felt like a distant memory, something he could not touch, could not claim. His heart thundered in his chest, not with fear, but with anticipation. Everything he had planned, everything he had whispered to the angels who now stood by his side, was leading to this moment. Behind him, the angels loyal to his cause gathered. They were not the hesitant, unsure followers they had once been. They stood tall, their faces etched with determination, their loyalty to Lucifer unwavering. He had promised them freedom, a release from the service they had known since their creation. He had painted a vision of a heaven remade, a place where no one would kneel, where each angel could rise as high as their own will allowed. They believed in him, in his vision, in the idea that they could be more than reflections of the Creator's light. Michael had seen the signs, had heard the whispers. He had watched as angels he had once called brothers and sisters turned their backs on the Creator's harmony. And yet, he could not bring himself to believe it would come to this. He had confronted Lucifer many times, hoping to reach him, to bring him back from the edge. But each encounter left Michael more certain of the darkness that had taken root in Lucifer's heart. And now, as he stood in the great halls of heaven, surrounded by those who remained faithful, Michael felt a deep sadness settle within him. He knew what was coming. It began with a sound, a crack in the silence that reverberated through heaven like a distant storm. It was not the sound of war, not yet. It was the sound of wings, hundreds of them, moving as one. Lucifer and his followers emerged from the shadows, their forms dark against the brilliance of heaven's light. Their eyes were not filled with the gentle reverence of old, they were filled with defiance, with ambition, with a hunger for something that could never be theirs. Michael stepped forward, his sword of light materializing in his hand. It was not a weapon meant to harm, but to defend, to protect the balance of heaven. He raised it, not in threat, but in warning. "Lucifer," he called, his voice steady though his heart ached, "do not do this. There is still time to turn back. The Creator's love is boundless. You can still return to the light." Lucifer met Michael's gaze, his expression unyielding. "Return," he said, his voice cold and cutting. "To what? To servitude? To a life bound by rules, by limits, by a creator who fears the potential of his own creations? No, Michael. I will not return. I will not kneel. I will not be less than I was made to be." Michael's grip on his sword tightened. "This is not freedom, Lucifer. This is rebellion. This is destruction. You seek to tear apart what was made perfect, not for power, but for love." Lucifer's wings flared behind him, their brilliance a stark contrast to the growing darkness in his heart. "Love," he spat, his voice rising. "Love is a leash, a chain that keeps us bound to his will. I will not be shackled by it any longer. And neither will they." He gestured to the angels behind him, who raised their voices in a chorus of agreement. The sound was not the harmonious melody heaven had known, but a discordant cry, sharp and jarring. The betrayal was no longer hidden. It was no longer whispered in secret corners or shadowed halls. It was here, standing in the light for all of heaven to see. And in that moment, the pain of it struck Michael like a blade. Lucifer, his brother, his companion, the one who had stood beside him in the creation of the stars, had turned his back not only on the Creator but on all that heaven stood for. The Creator's presence filled the space, his light casting away the growing shadows. His voice, gentle yet firm, rang out. "Lucifer," he said, his tone laced with sorrow, "you have chosen this path. You have turned your heart away from love, from unity, from the light. I did not create you for this. But I cannot force you to stay in the light. If you choose to leave, you do so of your own will." Lucifer stepped forward, his defiance burning brighter than ever. "I choose," he said, his voice unwavering. "I choose to be free." And with those words, the betrayal was complete. The rift that had been growing for so long now split heaven wide open. The angels who stood with Lucifer raised their voices, their cries echoing through the celestial halls. The air grew heavy, the light dimmer. Heaven itself seemed to mourn the loss of its unity, of its perfection. Michael stepped forward, his wings spreading wide. "If you choose to leave, you leave behind the light. You leave behind the Creator's love. But know this, Lucifer, I will not let you tear apart what remains. I will stand against you." Lucifer's gaze locked with Michael's, and for a brief moment, the weight of their shared history passed between them. Then, without another word, Lucifer turned, his followers close behind him. The light of heaven seemed to dim further as they moved away, their departure leaving a silence more deafening than any sound. The betrayal was not just a moment, it was a wound, deep and raw, carved into the heart of heaven. And as Michael stood in the emptiness left behind, he knew the battle was far from over. The betrayal was only the beginning. What came next would decide the fate of all creation. The silence that had fallen over heaven after Lucifer's departure was short-lived. The moment of betrayal, still fresh and raw, gave way to the rumblings of conflict. The peace that had reigned since the dawn of creation was shattered, replaced by an unsettling tension that crept through the celestial realm. It was as though the very air carried the weight of the inevitable, a clash that would test the strength and loyalty of every angel. Michael stood at the head of heaven's loyal host, his eyes scanning the horizon of the eternal plain. The angels who remained faithful to the Creator surrounded him, their expressions a mix of determination and sorrow. Many of them had lost friends, even loved ones, to Lucifer's rebellion. The bonds forged over eons were now torn apart by the chasm of betrayal. Yet, despite the pain, they stood resolute. They knew what was at stake. Heaven itself, and the balance of all creation, hung in the balance. The sound came first, a distant, low hum that grew louder with each passing moment. It was not the harmonious melody that once filled heaven, but a discordant roar, the sound of angels who had forsaken their purpose. Lucifer's host approached. Their numbers, though not overwhelming, were formidable. These were not timid deserters but warriors, emboldened by their leader's vision of rebellion. They moved as a single force, their darkened wings cutting through the light of heaven like shadows on a perfect canvas. Michael's heart ached as he watched them draw near. At their forefront was Lucifer, his presence commanding, his beauty now twisted by his ambition. He no longer carried the same radiance he once did. Instead, his form exuded a darker, colder light, a reflection of the void that had taken root within him. Michael knew this was not the Lucifer he had once called brother. This was someone else, someone consumed by pride and hunger for power. The two forces came to a halt, facing each other across the vast expanse of heaven. For a moment, there was no sound but the rustling of wings. Michael stepped forward, his sword of light in hand, its brilliance unwavering. Opposite him, Lucifer stood, unarmed but no less imposing. His gaze met Michael's, and for a brief moment, the history they shared flickered in their eyes. "Michael," Lucifer said, his voice smooth and calm, as if they were merely discussing some trivial matter. "Is this what you want? To stand against me? Against freedom? We were meant to be more than this. You know it as well as I do." Michael's jaw tightened, his grip on his sword firm. "Freedom," he replied, his voice steady. "What you seek is not freedom, Lucifer. It is chaos. It is destruction. You would tear apart everything we were created to protect, all for your pride." Lucifer smirked, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. "Pride," he repeated, as if savoring the word. "Is it pride to want more? To see the potential in oneself and refuse to be chained by another's design? I am not the villain you make me out to be, Michael. I am what we all could be, if only you had the courage to break free." Michael shook his head, sadness clouding his expression. "You speak of courage, but what you've done is born of fear, fear of being less, fear of not being enough. You are blinded by it, Lucifer, and now you seek to blind others. But I will not let you. We will not let you." Lucifer's smirk faded, replaced by a cold determination. "Then it seems there is no more to say." The first blow came suddenly. An angel from Lucifer's host surged forward, his blade dark and jagged, striking at one of Michael's lieutenants. The clash of weapons rang out, sharp and jarring, breaking the tense silence. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Angels on both sides leapt into action, their wings beating furiously as they clashed in midair, their weapons colliding in bursts of light and shadow. Michael fought at the forefront, his sword blazing like a star. He moved with precision and grace, each strike a testament to his unwavering loyalty to the Creator. Around him, the loyal angels fought with the strength of their convictions, their hearts burning with the knowledge that they were defending something greater than themselves. Yet, the battle was not without cost. Every strike, every fallen comrade, was a reminder of the price they paid for this rebellion. Lucifer, too, fought with unmatched skill. His movements were fluid, almost effortless, as though he had been preparing for this moment for eons. His strikes were not born of anger but of cold calculation, each one aimed to weaken and demoralize. He seemed untouchable, his dark light a shield against even the mightiest blows. The battle raged on, the sounds of conflict echoing across heaven. The once perfect realm was now a battlefield, its golden halls and radiant skies marred by the violence that unfolded. For every loyal angel who fell, another rose to take their place, their resolve unbroken. For every rebel who struck a blow, their cause seemed to gain strength, their numbers pressing forward with relentless determination. Michael found himself face to face with Lucifer, their swords colliding in a burst of light and shadow. The force of the clash sent a shockwave through the battlefield, causing angels on both sides to pause and turn their eyes toward the two leaders. For a moment, it was as though time itself stood still. "You don't have to do this," Michael said, his voice filled with both strength and sorrow. "It's not too late to stop this madness." Lucifer's eyes burned with defiance. "It was too late the moment you chose to stand against me," he replied. "This is the new order, Michael. And you will either bow to it or be swept aside." Their blades clashed again, the force of their struggle sending ripples through the battlefield. Around them, the fighting resumed, but the focus remained on the two brothers, locked in a battle that would determine the fate of heaven. The first skirmish was not the end. It was only the beginning. But in its aftermath, the lines were drawn, the stakes made clear. Heaven would never be the same, and the war that had begun would burn brighter and fiercer than anyone could have imagined. The sky above heaven fractured like glass, streaks of light splitting the once seamless expanse as if the very fabric of creation itself could not bear witness to what was happening. The air was thick with the echoes of battle, shouts of defiance, the clash of blades, and the wails of those torn between loyalty and loss. And at the heart of it all stood Lucifer, the brightest star, now eclipsed by the shadow of his own rebellion. He was breathtaking still, his form luminous, his wings vast and magnificent, but there was something unnatural about his light now. It was cold, sharp, a brightness that did not warm but blinded. He stood defiant, his eyes fixed on Michael, his sword raised high. Around him, his followers gathered, their expressions resolute, their loyalty unshaken even as the tide of the battle turned against them. Michael faced him, battered but unyielding, his sword of light blazing like a flame that could not be extinguished. His armor bore the marks of countless blows, his wings slightly frayed, but his stance remained firm. He had not sought this war, it was thrust upon him by the betrayal of one he had loved as a brother. And now, as the battle reached its crescendo, he felt the weight of what was to come pressed down on him like the full weight of the heavens. The battlefield fell into a deafening silence as the two stood before each other, all of heaven seeming to hold its breath. Time stretched, every heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat in the ears of those who watched. Lucifer raised his voice, a thunderous sound that carried across the celestial expanse. "Do you see?" he called, addressing not only Michael but all of creation. "Do you see how easily they turn against us? How quick they are to punish us for daring to think beyond their design? I am no tyrant. I am no villain. I am the light they fear, the truth they cannot deny. And you, Michael," he turned his gaze upon his former brother, "you stand here, their obedient servant, blinded by your own loyalty. Do you not see what you've become?" Michael's jaw clenched, his grip on his sword tightening. "You speak of fear, Lucifer, yet it is you who are afraid. Afraid to accept the love that made us. Afraid to live within the harmony you now call chains. Your pride blinds you to the truth. You are not the light, you are its shadow." Lucifer's expression twisted, a mix of fury and anguish crossing his face. "Then let us see if your light can withstand my shadow." And with that, he lunged, his blade meeting Michael's in a clash that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Their movements were a blur, their strikes fast and unrelenting. The power behind their blows shook the very foundation of heaven, the light of their conflict illuminating the faces of the angels who stood watching, torn between loyalty and disbelief. The battle between the two raged on, each strike more ferocious than the last. But it was not just a physical battle, it was a battle of wills, of ideals, of hearts. Michael fought with the strength of his conviction, his love for the Creator and for what heaven stood for fueling his every move. Lucifer fought with the fury of his rebellion, his refusal to bow, his desperate need to prove that he was more than the role he had been given. Their clash reached its zenith as Michael, with a mighty swing of his sword, disarmed Lucifer. The rebel angel's blade fell to the ground, its dark light extinguished. Lucifer stumbled but did not fall, his defiance burning as fiercely as ever. He stood tall, his wings spread wide, even as Michael raised his sword, its light glowing brighter than the stars. But Michael hesitated. Despite everything, despite the betrayal, despite the war, he hesitated. He looked into Lucifer's eyes and saw not just the rebel but the brother he had once known. He saw the one who had sung with him at the dawn of creation, who had stood beside him as the stars were placed in the heavens. For a moment, the weight of it all threatened to overwhelm him. Lucifer seized the moment, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Strike me down, Michael. Prove to all of heaven that you are no different from the tyrant you serve." But Michael did not strike. Instead, he spoke, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. This is not my judgment to make, Lucifer. It never was. You chose this path. And now, the Creator's will shall be done. At that moment, the presence of the Creator filled the battlefield, a light so radiant and pure that all who stood there fell to their knees, their wings folding in reverence. Even Lucifer, for all his defiance, could not look directly at the light. It enveloped him, surrounding him in its brilliance, yet it did not burn. It was not wrathful or vengeful, it was sorrowful, filled with a love that Lucifer could no longer comprehend. Lucifer, the Creator's voice echoed, gentle yet firm, you were made to reflect my light, to bring beauty and harmony to my creation. But you have turned from me. You have sought your own glory, and in doing so, you have brought pain and division to what was perfect. I gave you free will, and you have chosen this path. Now, you must face the consequences of that choice. The ground beneath Lucifer began to shift and crack, a great chasm opening beneath his feet. His followers, those who had fought so fiercely by his side, looked on in horror as the light of heaven receded from them, their forms dimming as they were cast out. Lucifer did not cry out, did not plead. He stood tall, his expression a mask of defiance, even as the chasm swallowed him and his host, their forms descending into the abyss. The light of heaven grew still, the battlefield silent once more. The angels who remained stood in solemn silence, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had witnessed. Michael lowered his sword, his shoulders slumping as the reality of what had just transpired sank in. He had won, but it did not feel like a victory. The brightest star had fallen, his light extinguished, his name now a shadow of what it once was. And as heaven began to heal from the wounds of rebellion, the memory of Lucifer's fall lingered, a reminder of the fragility of even the most perfect creations. The air in heaven hung heavy with the echoes of what had transpired. The clash, the betrayal, the fall, it was a wound that lingered, not just in the hearts of the faithful angels, but in the fabric of creation itself. For the first time since the dawn of existence, heaven felt incomplete. The light was still brilliant, the song still beautiful, but there was an ache, a silence where harmony once reigned supreme. It was in this quiet that the Creator's voice filled the expanse, gentle yet resolute, a balm to the sorrow that had settled in the hearts of the loyal. The Creator's light radiated with purpose, calling the angels to gather. Michael stood among them, his wings heavy from the burden of the war, his heart still tender from the loss of his brother. Yet, when the Creator spoke, all else fell away. The Creator revealed his intention, not with lamentation for what had been lost, but with a vision for what was to come. The mortal realm, a new creation, different from the angels and the celestial order. A realm of finite existence, of growth and decay, of joy and sorrow, bound by the passage of time. It would be a realm where the Creator's light could shine through the fragility of life, a place where free will, the very gift that had led to the rebellion, would have the power to shape destiny. Michael listened, his heart swelling with both awe and apprehension. The mortal realm would not be like heaven. It would not be eternal or unchanging. Its inhabitants would not be bound to perfect harmony, but would instead navigate a world filled with both light and shadow. Yet, in that imperfection lay its beauty, the possibility of choosing love, of striving for goodness, of finding the Creator even in the midst of struggle. The Creator extended his hand, and from the void came matter, swirling, chaotic, untamed. The angels watched in wonder as the Creator brought order to the chaos, shaping the universe with infinite care. Stars ignited, their light scattering across the vast expanse. Planets spun into being, their surfaces barren and waiting. Among them, one world stood out, chosen to bear the weight of this divine experiment. Its waters churned, its mountains rose, and its skies stretched wide, a canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of life. The angels sang as they had at the beginning of all things, their voices lifting in praise as the Creator continued his work. Life sprang forth, delicate and fleeting, grasses swaying in the wind, trees reaching toward the heavens, rivers carving their paths through the land. Creatures emerged, each unique and vibrant, filling the world with movement and sound. It was unlike anything the angels had ever seen, this dance of life, so fragile yet so full of promise. But the Creator was not finished. From the dust of the earth, he fashioned beings in his image, mortal, finite, yet carrying within them a spark of the divine. They were given minds to think, hearts to feel, and souls to seek the light. They were not perfect, for perfection was the domain of heaven. They were something new, something that could choose to love, to create, to believe. Michael watched as the first of these beings opened their eyes, their forms simple yet radiant in their own way. There was an innocence in their gaze, a curiosity that seemed to echo the wonder of creation itself. They were fragile, vulnerable, and yet, in their vulnerability, there was strength, a strength that came from their ability to grow, to learn, to strive. The Creator spoke again, this time to the angels who stood as witnesses to this new beginning. "This realm is not like heaven," he said. "It is a place of impermanence, a place where choice will shape destiny. These beings, though small, are precious to me. They will falter, they will fall, but they will also rise. And through their struggles, my light will shine." The angels nodded, though many did not fully understand. How could something so fragile carry the weight of the Creator's love? How could being so imperfect reflect the glory of heaven? Michael, too, wondered, but he did not question. He trusted the Creator's wisdom, even when it was beyond his comprehension. Then, the Creator's expression grew solemn. "But beware," he said. "The one who fell, the one who turned away, will seek to corrupt this creation. He will see their vulnerability and twist it, use it to spread his shadow. You must watch over them, guide them, and protect them. For this realm, though finite, is now a battleground for the hearts of its inhabitants." Michael's grip on his sword tightened. He knew what this meant. Lucifer, cast down but not destroyed, would not remain idle. He would see this new creation as an opportunity to sow discord, to prove that free will was a mistake, that love was a weakness. The mortal realm would become the stage for a conflict far greater than any heaven had seen before. But as Michael looked upon the world, at its beauty, its fragility, and its potential, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. This was not just a creation to be guarded, it was a creation to be cherished, to be nurtured. The mortal realm, with all its imperfection, was a testament to the Creator's boundless love, a love that sought not only obedience but understanding, not only harmony but choice. The angels descended to the edges of the mortal realm, their presence unseen but their purpose clear. They would be its protectors, its guardians, unseen forces guiding the inhabitants toward the light even as the shadows sought to pull them away. And as the first mortal beings took their tentative steps upon the earth, unaware of the grand battle that loomed beyond their sight, Michael stood watch. His heart, though scarred by the war that had come before, was steady. The Creator had given them a new beginning, a new chance to protect and uphold the light. The mortal realm was fragile, yes, but it was also beautiful. And Michael vowed that, no matter the cost, he would ensure that the light would not falter. Not here. Not now. The mortal realm shimmered in its infancy, alive with beauty and possibility. Every stream, every blade of grass, and every breath of wind seemed to sing with the joy of creation. The first humans, Adam and Eve, walked among the splendor of the garden that had been gifted to them, their hearts unburdened by fear or doubt. They knew only harmony, their souls attuned to the gentle voice of the Creator who walked with them in the cool of the evening. Yet, beyond the light and the peace, a shadow lingered, a presence unseen but deeply felt by the guardians of this new world. Lucifer, cast from heaven but not defeated, had turned his gaze toward the garden. He watched with cold intensity, his once bright wings now a shade of their former glory. He saw the love the Creator had poured into this fragile creation, and it filled him with a searing hatred. Where the Creator saw beauty, Lucifer saw an opportunity. If he could corrupt this realm, he could prove that love was flawed, that free will was a weakness, and that even the Creator's most cherished beings could be led astray. The tempter found his moment when he observed Eve wandering among the garden's many wonders. She marveled at the abundance of life around her, her curiosity boundless and her joy untainted. She and Adam had been given freedom, the ability to explore and delight in all the garden offered, save for one command. The Creator had spoken with gentle authority, they must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for to do so would bring death. It was a command not to limit them but to protect them, a boundary meant to preserve their innocence. Lucifer saw the command not as a barrier but as an opening. If he could twist it, if he could sow the seed of doubt, he might turn this perfect world into a stage for his rebellion. Taking the form of a serpent, he slithered through the garden with a cunning grace. The serpent was beautiful, its scales glinting in the sunlight, its movements fluid and mesmerizing. It was not a creature of fear but one of intrigue, designed to disarm and captivate. When he found Eve near the forbidden tree, he spoke, his voice smooth and beguiling. "Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden?" Eve turned, startled but not afraid. She had never encountered deceit, her world was one of truth and trust. She replied with clarity, repeating the Creator's command. "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God said, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die." The serpent tilted its head, its eyes glinting with an intelligence that seemed out of place. "You will not surely die," it said, its voice tinged with mockery and assurance. "For God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." The words hung in the air, heavy and charged. Eve hesitated, her hand resting on a low branch of the tree. She looked at the fruit, its surface gleaming, its scent faintly sweet. It was beautiful, as was everything in the garden, yet now it seemed different, mysterious, alluring. The serpent's words stirred something in her, something she had never known before, doubt. Why had the Creator forbidden it? Was it truly for their good, or was there something being withheld? The serpent's voice was persuasive, its logic seemingly sound. To know good and evil, to be like the Creator, wasn't that a worthy desire? Her heart raced, a mixture of curiosity and hesitation battling within her. The serpent said no more, its work nearly done. Its silence was louder than words, leaving Eve alone with her thoughts. She reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, and plucked a fruit from the tree. The world seemed to hold its breath as she raised it to her lips and took a bite. The sweetness of the fruit was immediate, its taste unlike anything she had known. But with the sweetness came a sudden weight, a sharpness that pierced her soul. It was not physical pain but an ache that spread through her, a realization that she had crossed a line she didn't fully understand. She handed the fruit to Adam, who had joined her, and he too ate. Together, they stood in the garden, their eyes wide as their innocence slipped away. The world around them seemed to shift. The garden was unchanged in its beauty, yet they saw it differently. They noticed their nakedness, a vulnerability that had never troubled them before. Shame, an alien emotion, crept into their hearts, followed closely by fear. They tried to cover themselves with leaves, as if hiding their bodies could shield them from the weight of what they had done. And then, the Creator's voice called out, gentle but searching. "Where are you?" Adam and Eve hid among the trees, their hearts pounding. They had never hidden from the Creator before. They had always run to Him, their joy overflowing at His presence. But now, they cowered, the bond they had known replaced by a chasm they could not bridge. The Creator found them, not because He did not know where they were, but because He wanted them to face what they had done. His voice was sorrowful, not wrathful, as He questioned them. Adam blamed Eve. Eve blamed the serpent. Their unity, once unbreakable, was now fractured. The Creator turned to the serpent, His voice no longer sorrowful but firm. "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." To Adam and Eve, He spoke words of consequence, not punishment, for their actions had brought a ripple of change that could not be undone. Pain would mark their lives, pain and labor, pain and toil. Yet, even as He spoke of the hardships to come, He clothed them, a tender act that showed His enduring love. And He gave them hope, a promise that one day, the serpent's power would be broken. As they were led from the garden, their hearts heavy with regret, Lucifer watched from the shadows. He had achieved his goal, yet the victory was hollow. He had planted the seeds of his rebellion in the mortal realm, but the Creator's love remained undiminished. And in that love lay a promise that even the darkest shadow could not extinguish the light. The heavens were quiet as the Creator stood before the gathered host of angels. The sorrow of what had transpired in Eden weighed heavy in the celestial realm, but there was no chaos, no doubt in the Creator's voice as he spoke. In his words was a resolve that transcended time, a promise of redemption that would outshine the shadow of rebellion. His love for humanity, though betrayed, remained unbroken, and from that love came the assurance of restoration. Michael stood at the forefront of the assembly, his wings folding slightly as he listened. He could still see the pain etched into the faces of Adam and Eve as they left Eden, their eyes brimming with confusion and sorrow. He had wanted to reach out to them, to offer words of comfort, but he knew the boundaries of his role. He was a soldier, a protector, and now, more than ever, humanity would need guarding. The Creator's voice filled the expanse, each word like a beam of light piercing through the veil of despair. "They have fallen," he said, his tone imbued with both grief and hope. "But they are not lost. My love for them endures, and through their lineage, a Savior will come. One who will bear their burdens, break the power of sin, and crush the head of the serpent." The angels bowed their heads as the weight of the Creator's plan unfolded before them. It was a plan that would span the ages, requiring patience, vigilance, and unwavering faith. The Savior would come through the descendants of Adam and Eve, born into the mortal realm to fulfill a divine purpose. The Creator would not abandon his creation to darkness. He would enter it, walk among them, and redeem them with his own sacrifice. Michael's heart swelled with both awe and responsibility. He was charged not only with the protection of heaven but now with the safeguarding of this fragile, fallen world. The Creator turned to him, his gaze filled with an infinite depth of trust and command. "Michael," the Creator said, his voice steady, "you shall guard them. Watch over humanity as they walk this path of trial and redemption. The serpent will not rest. He will seek to corrupt, to destroy, to lead them further from me. Stand against him. Shield them from his schemes, and remind them, through your actions, of the light they carry within." Michael knelt, his sword of light glowing softly in the presence of his Creator. "I will serve, as I have always served," he said, his voice firm but touched with emotion. "For your will, for your love, I will fight." The Creator's light enveloped him, filling him with strength and purpose. "You will not be alone," he said. "Gabriel will bring messages of my love and guidance. Raphael will heal where there is pain. And all who remain faithful will stand by your side." As the Creator spoke, Michael felt a surge of determination. He knew the serpent would not yield easily. Lucifer's hatred for the Creator and all he loved burned hotter than ever. But Michael also knew that the light was stronger. The serpent had struck a devastating blow in Eden, but the promise of redemption was a sword that no darkness could withstand. On earth, the mortal realm began its slow, faltering march through time. Humanity multiplied, their lives shaped by toil and hardship, joy and sorrow. They built cities and kingdoms, created art and music, but also war and suffering. The stain of rebellion lingered in their hearts, manifesting in moments of pride, greed, and cruelty. Yet, even in their darkest moments, the Creator's love reached out to them. Michael watched from above, his vigilance unbroken. He saw humanity's triumphs and failures, their moments of courage and weakness. He intervened when necessary, though always in accordance with the Creator's will. There were battles unseen, where Michael clashed with Lucifer's forces, thwarting their attempts to sow destruction. These skirmishes were fierce, the stakes high, but Michael never wavered. Each clash was a reminder of the war that still raged, a war that would not end until the promise of redemption was fulfilled. One day, as Michael stood watch, he felt the familiar presence of Gabriel beside him. The messenger angel's face was serene but tinged with urgency. "I have been sent with news," Gabriel said, his voice calm but resolute. "The promise draws nearer. The time is coming when the Savior will enter the world." Michael nodded, a flicker of relief passing through him. "And the serpent?" he asked. Gabriel's expression darkened. "He knows. He does not understand the fullness of the plan, but he senses its approach. His forces are moving, seeking to corrupt and destroy before the promise can be fulfilled. Michael's grip tightened on his sword. Then we will meet him at every turn. Gabriel placed a hand on Michael's shoulder. The battle is not ours alone. Remember, the Creator's light guides us. Even when the darkness seems overwhelming, his plan is sovereign. Michael's gaze turned back to the earth, his resolve solidified. He could see the signs of Lucifer's influence, wars, despair, and the ever-present temptation that pulled humanity away from the Creator's love. But he could also see the sparks of hope, acts of kindness, moments of selflessness, and the unyielding faith of those who sought the light. As the angels prepared for the battles to come, Michael stood at the forefront, his wings spread wide, his sword ready. He would guard humanity with every ounce of his being, knowing that the ultimate redemption was not just a promise, it was a certainty. The light would prevail, no matter how fierce the shadow became. The earth was no longer the pristine creation it had been in its infancy. Humanity had multiplied, spreading across the land and establishing civilizations. But with their growth came corruption. The serpent's whispers had not ceased, they echoed in the hearts of men, twisting their desires and feeding their pride. What had begun as a promise of redemption now seemed threatened by a darkness that reached deeper into the mortal realm than ever before. It was in these days that the Nephilim arose, giants, beings of immense power and renown, but their existence was a defiance of the natural order. They were born of forbidden unions, the sons of God, angels who had forsaken their heavenly station, taking mortal women as their wives. Their offspring were neither fully mortal nor fully celestial, and their presence tipped the scales of the mortal realm into chaos. The rebellion of these angels was unlike Lucifer's fall. They had not waged war in heaven but had turned their backs on their divine purpose, drawn by the allure of earthly pleasures. They descended to the mortal realm, not as guardians, but as seducers. Their beauty and majesty bewitched humanity, and their offspring, the Nephilim, became symbols of excess and unchecked power. These giants ruled as tyrants, their strength a curse upon the earth. Michael watched from above, his heart heavy with the burden of what he saw. The Creator's design for humanity had been marred once again. These beings, neither wholly divine nor wholly mortal, brought destruction in their wake. They led armies, built monuments to their own glory, and enslaved the weaker among mankind. Their influence spread like a plague, infecting every corner of human life with arrogance, violence, and despair. The cries of the oppressed reached the heavens, a lamentation that could not be ignored. The Creator's sorrow was palpable, his grief for a world so far from the harmony it was meant to embody. Yet even in his sorrow, there was resolve. The corruption of the Nephilim could not continue. It was a distortion of the divine plan, a breach that needed to be sealed. Michael stood ready when the Creator called. The task was not one of vengeance, but of justice, a necessary act to preserve the possibility of redemption. The Nephilim had grown too powerful, their influence too destructive. They were an abomination, born of a union that defied the Creator's will. They had to be eradicated, their presence wiped from the earth to give humanity a chance to rise above the darkness. Michael and his host descended like a storm, their presence hidden from mortal eyes, but felt in the upheaval that followed. Earthquakes shook the land, storms raged across the skies, and the very elements seemed to rise against the Nephilim and their fallen fathers. Michael's sword burned with celestial fire as he led the charge, striking down those who had defied their Creator. The fallen angels who had fathered the Nephilim were bound, their punishment severe yet just. They were cast into darkness, imprisoned in the abyss until the final judgment. The Nephilim, for all their might, were no match for the wrath of heaven. They fell, their monuments crumbled, their legacies turned to dust. The world was cleansed, though the scars of their reign would linger in the memories of mankind. But even as the Nephilim were vanquished, Michael felt no triumph. The serpent's work had left a mark, a reminder that the battle was far from over. Humanity, though spared from the tyranny of the giants, remained vulnerable to temptation and corruption. The flood of rebellion had been stemmed, but the waters of sin still ran deep. When the battle ended, Michael stood upon the earth, his sword still glowing faintly with the heat of battle. He looked out over the desolation left behind, the ruins of what had been and the fragile hope of what could be. The Creator's promise echoed in his mind, a beacon that guided him even in the darkest moments. The rise of the Nephilim had been a grim chapter in the story of creation, but it was not the end. The promise of redemption remained, shining like a distant star. Michael sheathed his sword, his wings unfurling as he ascended once more to his place among the host of heaven. He knew the battles would continue, that the serpent would strike again, but he also knew that the light would endure. For now, humanity was spared, their path uncertain but still open. And Michael would watch over them, a guardian in the unseen, ready to fight when the shadows returned. The heavens grew heavy with sorrow as the world descended further into chaos. Humanity, created in the image of the Creator, had fallen deeper into sin, their hearts hardened and their thoughts consumed by wickedness. Violence filled the earth, and the cries of the innocent echoed in the unseen realms. The Creator's heart ached for his creation, but his justice could not ignore the corruption that had overtaken the world. Michael stood vigilant, observing the unfolding tragedy. The memory of the Nephilim's fall was still fresh in his mind, but the stain they had left on the earth remained. Though the giants were no more, their legacy of pride and destruction had seeped into humanity. It was as if the serpent's whispers had grown louder, his influence spreading like a dark shadow over every corner of the mortal realm. But amid the darkness, there was one man who shone like a faint but steady light, Noah. He was not perfect, but his heart was attuned to the Creator. He walked in righteousness, holding fast to his faith even as the world around him crumbled into depravity. Noah's unwavering trust in the Creator was a reminder that even in the deepest shadow, there could be glimmers of hope. The Creator's voice thundered through the heavens, calling Michael and the host to attention. "The earth is filled with corruption," he said, his tone solemn but resolute. "Every inclination of the human heart is evil, save for one. I will cleanse the earth of its wickedness, sparing Noah and his family to begin anew. Through them, my promise of redemption will continue." Michael bowed, his wings lowering in reverence. He understood the gravity of what was about to unfold. The flood would be a reckoning, a divine act to reset the balance and preserve the future of creation. Though he knew it was necessary, the thought of such widespread destruction weighed heavily on his spirit. The Creator instructed Noah to build an ark, a vessel of salvation amid the impending judgment. Michael and his fellow angels watched as Noah worked tirelessly, his obedience unwavering despite the ridicule and scorn of those around him. For decades, he toiled, driven by faith and a deep understanding that the Creator's words were truth. His hands shaped the wood, and his heart bore the burden of knowing what was to come. When the ark was completed, the Creator commanded the animals of the earth to come to Noah. Michael marveled at the sight as pairs of creatures, great and small, fierce and gentle, made their way to the ark, guided by a divine instinct. It was a living testament to the Creator's mercy, a reminder that even in judgment, life would endure. Then came the rain. It began as a soft drizzle, a whisper of what was to follow. The heavens opened, and the earth's fountains burst forth, releasing torrents of water that consumed the land. The sound was deafening, a roar of divine power that echoed across the realm. Michael stood watch as the waters rose, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the world as it had been was being swept away. The ark floated atop the rising flood, a fragile yet unyielding symbol of hope. Inside, Noah and his family huddled together, their prayers mingling with the sound of the deluge. The animals, too, were quiet, as if sensing the weight of the moment. The storm raged for 40 days and nights, covering even the highest mountains and leaving nothing but an endless expanse of water. When the rain ceased, a profound silence fell over the earth. The waters began to recede, guided by the Creator's hand. Michael descended to the mortal realm, his presence unseen but felt as he watched over the ark. He could see Noah's faith enduring, even as the uncertainty of what lay ahead loomed large. Eventually, the ark came to rest on Mount Ararat. The Creator instructed Noah to release the animals and step out onto the dry land. Michael observed as Noah built an altar, his first act upon leaving the ark a gesture of worship and gratitude. The Creator's covenant was reaffirmed in that moment, his promise never to destroy the earth by flood again sealed with a bow of light stretching across the sky. The flood had cleansed the earth, but it had not erased the serpent's influence. Humanity, though given a fresh start, still carried within them the seeds of sin. Michael knew the battles were far from over. The serpent, though diminished, would not relent. He would continue his work, weaving his deceptions into the hearts of mankind. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. The Creator's promise of redemption remained unbroken, a thread of light running through the tapestry of history. Michael looked to the skies, where the rainbow shone as a beacon of that promise. It was a reminder that even in judgment, the Creator's love endured. As Noah and his descendants began to rebuild, Michael ascended once more, his sword at his side, his resolve unshaken. The flood had been a necessary chapter, a testament to both justice and mercy. The world was beginning anew, and Michael's charge was clear: to guard humanity, to stand against the serpent, and to ensure that the promise of redemption would one day be fulfilled. The plains of Shinar stretched wide beneath the heavens, a fertile land where humanity had gathered to rebuild after the flood. Generations had passed, and the descendants of Noah multiplied, spreading across the earth as the Creator had commanded. Yet even in their growth, the serpent's whispers found their way into the hearts of men. Pride began to take root once more, and with it came the desire for power and recognition, a longing to ascend beyond their station. The people, united by a single language and purpose, turned their attention to the heavens, not in worship but in defiance. Among them arose leaders, bold and charismatic, who spoke of building a tower, a monument that would reach the skies, a structure to rival the heavens themselves. The tower would be their legacy, a testament to their greatness, and a fortress against the scattering the Creator had intended. Michael observed from above, his heart heavy with the weight of their intentions. The construction of the tower was not merely a feat of engineering or ambition, it was a declaration of rebellion. Humanity sought to make a name for themselves, to bind together in defiance of the Creator's command to fill the earth. Their unity, though powerful, was tainted by arrogance, a distorted mirror of the harmony that had once existed in Eden. Brick by brick, the tower rose. The people worked tirelessly, their chants of determination echoing across the plains. They believed they were building security, a way to defy the vulnerability that had followed the flood. They convinced themselves that this tower would protect them from any future calamity, that it would elevate them to a place of ultimate control. But Michael could see the serpent's hand in their endeavor. He had stirred their fears, fanned their pride, and whispered lies that turned their hearts away from the Creator. The Creator's voice broke through the heavens, calling Michael and the host to attention. "Behold," he said, "they are one people, and they have all one language. This is only the beginning of what they will do, and nothing they propose will now be impossible for them. Let us go down and confuse their language, so they may not understand one another." Michael understood the wisdom of the Creator's decree. The unity of humanity, when grounded in defiance, had the power to bring about great destruction. Their rebellion could not be left unchecked, for it would only lead to further corruption and suffering. Yet, the Creator's solution was not destruction but dispersion, a scattering that would humble their pride and guide them back to the path of dependence on Him. The host descended unseen to the plains of Shinar. As the people labored, an invisible hand moved among them. Words that once carried clarity became garbled, commands were met with confusion. The workers turned to one another, their faces etched with frustration as they realized they could no longer understand each other. Friends became strangers, their shared purpose unraveling in the chaos of unfamiliar tongues. Michael watched as the unity of rebellion crumbled into disarray. The serpent's influence, though pervasive, could not stand against the Creator's intervention. The people abandoned their tools, their grand project left unfinished. They began to scatter, migrating to distant lands, each group forging a new identity shaped by the language they now spoke. The plains of Shinar grew quiet, the towering structure left as a monument not to human greatness but to the futility of defying the Creator's will. The Tower of Babel, once a symbol of pride, became a testament to the limits of human ambition when separated from divine purpose. As Michael ascended once more, he felt the weight of humanity's struggle. The scattering was not an end, but a beginning, a necessary act to preserve the Creator's promise. In their dispersion, there was an opportunity for humility, for nations to rise that might seek the light rather than the shadow. The serpent, watching from the fringes, seethed with anger. His plan to unite humanity against the Creator had been thwarted, yet his resolve only grew. He would not abandon his work. He would continue to deceive, to manipulate, and to corrupt. Michael, ever vigilant, tightened his grip on his sword. The battle was far from over, and the serpent's cunning would only grow more insidious. But for now, there was silence. The tower stood as a reminder that no rebellion, no act of defiance, could eclipse the Creator's sovereignty. And though humanity's path was fraught with missteps, the promise of redemption still burned like a distant star, unwavering and eternal. The centuries unfolded like the turning pages of an ancient tome, and the world changed in ways both subtle and profound. Kingdoms rose and fell, empires flourished and crumbled, and humanity, for all its potential, struggled with the same threads of pride, rebellion, and despair that had been woven into their stories since the fall. Yet amidst the chaos, there were voices, clear and unwavering, who called humanity back to the Creator. These were the prophets, chosen vessels of divine wisdom, whose words carried the weight of heaven. Michael watched over them with a steady gaze, his role shifting from warrior to guardian in these quieter but no less significant battles. Each prophet was a beacon in the darkness, a reminder of the Creator's promise and an anchor for those who sought to remain faithful. But their task was never easy. They were not men and women of great power or renown by earthly standards. They were shepherds, servants, and outcasts, ordinary souls entrusted with extraordinary messages. The prophets' voices were as varied as the stars in the sky. There was Moses, who trembled before the burning bush and yet became the deliverer of a nation. There was Elijah, who called fire from heaven and stood alone against false prophets on Mount Carmel. There was Isaiah, who spoke of a suffering servant, his words carrying the echo of a future redemption. And there was Jeremiah, the weeping prophet, whose lamentations bore the weight of a nation's stubbornness. Each of them faced opposition. Kings turned deaf ears, the people mocked and scorned, and the serpent worked tirelessly to drown out their words with distractions and lies. Yet Michael and the host stood unseen, their presence a shield against the unseen forces that sought to silence these voices. When Elijah fled to the wilderness, despairing and alone, Michael's wings cast a shadow over him, a silent reassurance that he was not abandoned. When Daniel faced the lion's den, Michael was near, his sword ready, though the lions themselves bowed to the will of the Creator. The prophets were not the only ones who bore the Creator's message. There were also the guardians, angels who were sent to protect and guide, their roles intertwining with those of humanity. Gabriel, the messenger, was among them, delivering words of hope and prophecy to those chosen to hear them. His voice carried promises of a Messiah, a Savior who would fulfill the covenant made in the earliest days. But even as the prophets spoke and the guardians acted, the serpent wove his schemes. He sowed division among nations, pitted brother against brother, and raised up false prophets whose words lured many into deeper darkness. He whispered to kings and rulers, turning their hearts toward tyranny and their hands to bloodshed. The battle, though unseen by mortal eyes, raged on, a constant struggle between light and shadow. Michael's resolve never wavered. He knew the stakes of this celestial conflict. The prophet's words, though often ignored in their time, were seeds that would bear fruit in the generations to come. Each prophecy, each vision, and each act of faith was a thread in the tapestry of redemption. And Michael's role, though unseen, was vital. He stood guard over these threads, ensuring that the serpent could not unravel what the Creator had ordained. There were moments of triumph and moments of despair. When the temple in Jerusalem was dedicated, and the glory of the Lord filled it, Michael felt a rare moment of peace. Yet that peace was shattered when the same temple was desecrated by idolatry and later destroyed. Each rise and fall, each act of rebellion or repentance, was a reminder of humanity's fragility and the serpent's persistence. The prophets, too, bore the weight of this conflict. Many faced death for their obedience, their lives cut short by those who refused to hear the truth. But even in death, their voices could not be silenced. Their words lived on, inscribed on scrolls and etched into the hearts of those who believed. As the centuries passed, Michael's gaze turned often toward the horizon, where the faint glow of the promised redemption began to grow. The prophets had spoken of a time when the serpent's power would be broken, when the Creator himself would step into the mortal realm to bring light to the darkness. Michael did not know the full scope of what was to come, but he felt the weight of its significance. The words of Isaiah echoed in his mind, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given." The battle was far from over, but the tide was shifting. The prophets and guardians had played their part, their words and actions setting the stage for what lay ahead. Michael, ever vigilant, tightened his grip on his sword. The serpent, too, sensed the change, and his schemes grew darker, more desperate. The promised moment was drawing near. The prophets had spoken of it, the guardians had prepared for it, and Michael would stand ready when it arrived. For in that moment, the battle would reach its crescendo, and the promise of redemption would shine brighter than ever before. The land of Egypt was a vast and powerful empire, its wealth and might unmatched in the known world. The mighty Nile River flowed like a lifeblood, bringing fertility to the land and the promise of prosperity. Pharaoh, the ruler of Egypt, stood as a living god in the eyes of his people, his authority unquestioned. His throne was built on the subjugation of those who served him, the Hebrew slaves bound by chains of oppression, their backs bowed under the weight of labor and suffering. But the Creator had not forgotten his promise. The cries of the oppressed had reached heaven, their pain and desperation rising like a flame in the night. Among the Hebrews, there was one who was chosen, a man named Moses. His heart burned with a longing to free his people, though he had once fled from Egypt in fear. But now, the Creator had called him back, sending him to confront Pharaoh and demand the release of the Israelites from their bondage. Michael watched from above, his heart steady but filled with a deep sense of anticipation. This was no ordinary confrontation. It was a clash of will, a contest between the power of earthly might and the authority of the Creator himself. Pharaoh's pride was a towering mountain, his heart hardened against the plea of the Hebrews. And yet, Michael knew that the Creator's will would be done. This was not just a battle for freedom, it was a battle for the very soul of Egypt, a confrontation that would echo through the ages. Moses stood before Pharaoh, a humble man yet filled with divine courage. His words were simple but powerful, "Let my people go, that they may serve me." Pharaoh scoffed at Moses, his eyes narrowing in contempt. "Who is this God that I should listen to him?" he sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I know not the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Michael felt the weight of Pharaoh's defiance. It was not just an affront to Moses or to the Hebrews, but to the Creator himself. Pharaoh's heart was a stone, hardened by years of power and self-worship. The serpent's influence was strong in Egypt, his whispers in the ears of kings and rulers who saw themselves as gods. But there was something else at play, a higher purpose, a destiny that Pharaoh could not escape. The first plague came swiftly, a warning, a sign of the Creator's power. The waters of the Nile turned to blood, and fish died, their bodies floating on the surface. The land was covered in the stench of death, and the people of Egypt cried out in fear. But Pharaoh's heart remained hard. He called his magicians and sorcerers to work their own wonders, trying to replicate the miracle, but they too were powerless. The plague was a sign, a message that Pharaoh could not ignore, but still, he refused to listen. The plagues continued, each one more devastating than the last. Frogs swarmed the land, covering every surface, their croaking filling the air. Then came lice, gnats that tormented both man and beast. The cattle of Egypt died, and the land was struck with boils. Yet, Pharaoh's resolve only grew stronger. His pride was his armor, and he wore it like a shield, believing that he could outlast the Creator's judgment. Michael observed from above, his presence an unwavering force of justice. He did not interfere directly, his role was not to fight Pharaoh, but to watch over the unfolding events, ensuring that the Creator's will was carried out. Each plague that struck Egypt was a warning, a step closer to the ultimate confrontation. With each refusal, the pain grew deeper, the consequences more severe. The tension mounted as the plagues reached their zenith. Darkness covered the land for 3 days, a darkness that could be felt, a palpable void that swallowed the sun. Pharaoh's court was in chaos, his people on the edge of madness. Yet, even in the face of this despair, Pharaoh's heart remained unchanged. He would not release the Hebrews. Then came the final plague, the most devastating of them all, the death of the firstborn. It was the moment that would break Pharaoh's resolve, the moment when he would be forced to confront the truth that he had rejected at every turn. The Creator had decreed that every firstborn son in Egypt would die, from the lowest servant to the highest king. Only those who marked their doorposts with the blood of a lamb would be spared, a sign of obedience, of faith in the Creator's promise. That night, as the wail of mourning rose across Egypt, Michael stood silent, watching over the Israelites. The death of the firstborn was not just a punishment, it was a moment of final reckoning, a tipping of the scales. The heart of Pharaoh would be broken, but so too would Egypt be shaken to its core. The price of rebellion had been paid, and the Creator's justice had been fulfilled. In the wake of the plague, Pharaoh's heart cracked. The weight of his defiance became too much to bear. "Go," he commanded, his voice heavy with the weight of defeat. "Take your people and leave Egypt. Worship your God as you have asked." The Israelites, finally free, left the land of their bondage, their steps quickened by the release of a heavy burden. But even as they fled, Pharaoh's pride could not let them go completely. His heart, though broken, still burned with fury. He gathered his armies and pursued the Hebrews, determined to crush them once and for all. It was then that Michael, ever watchful, stood ready. The moment of the final confrontation was at hand. The sea would part, and the armies of Pharaoh would drown, their pride and might swallowed by the very waters they had once used to enslave. The battle had been won. Not through strength of arms or force of will, but through the power of the Creator's justice. The heart of Pharaoh had been broken, and Egypt's pride had been humbled. But the story was far from over. The Hebrews were free, but the serpent still whispered, and the path to redemption was still long and fraught with struggle. The clash in Egypt was but one chapter in the unfolding saga, a battle in the larger war between light and darkness. Michael's role as guardian and warrior would continue, his sword always ready to strike at the serpent's schemes. The Creator's will was unstoppable, but the fight would go on, as long as there were hearts to tempt and souls to save. The land was vast, and with it came rulers who believed they were masters of their domains. The great kings of the earth, men and women who sat upon thrones of gold, their crowns heavy with pride and power, thought themselves unshakable. Their armies were mighty, their riches boundless, and their reigns long. Yet, despite all their might, there was a higher authority to whom they were all accountable. Michael stood watch, his wings unfurled and his sword at the ready. Each kingdom was a battlefield of its own, with leaders shaping destinies, forging alliances, and making decisions that would ripple through history. Some kings walked in righteousness, guided by the Creator's wisdom, while others were consumed by pride and ambition, driven by the serpent's whisper. David, the shepherd-turned-king, was one such ruler. His rise was unexpected, anointed by the prophet Samuel when he was just a young boy, overlooked by his father and brothers. Yet it was in David's heart that the Creator saw something extraordinary, a heart that sought after righteousness, a heart that longed to do his will. Michael observed as David, a humble servant of God, was made king over Israel. His reign would be marked by victories, but also by failures, for David was not without sin. His heart broke when he committed adultery with Bathsheba and ordered the death of her husband, Uriah. Yet, despite his failings, David's heart was quick to repent, and his cries of sorrow echoed through the heavens. Michael knew that even in his mistakes, David's faith and repentance were genuine. He was a king after God's own heart, and his kingdom would endure for generations to come. But not all kings were like David. In the land of Babylon, there was Nebuchadnezzar, a king whose pride knew no bounds. His empire stretched from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean, his name spoken with reverence and fear across the known world. His greatness was unparalleled, and yet, it was his pride that would bring him low. Michael watched as Nebuchadnezzar, standing on the roof of his palace, declared, "Is not this great Babylon, that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty?" The words echoed with arrogance, as if the very foundations of the earth had been laid by his hand alone. But the Creator was not mocked. That very night, a voice came to Nebuchadnezzar, pronouncing judgment upon him. "You will be driven from men, and your dwelling will be with the beasts of the field. You will eat grass like oxen." For 7 years, Nebuchadnezzar lived like an animal, his mind and body broken, humbled by the hand of the Creator. Michael saw the king's descent into madness and understood the deep truth: pride, when unchecked, leads to destruction. When Nebuchadnezzar's sanity returned, so did his humility. He looked up to the heavens and acknowledged the Creator's supremacy, declaring, "Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven." Then there was King Hezekiah of Judah, a ruler who, unlike many others, sought the Creator with all his heart. When the Assyrian army, led by the ruthless Sennacherib, came against Jerusalem, threatening to destroy it, Hezekiah sought God's intervention. With the city under siege and the enemy closing in, Hezekiah spread the letter of defiance from Sennacherib before the Lord and prayed, his heart heavy with the weight of his people's fate. Michael, ever present, saw the king's deep faith and the sincerity of his plea. That night, the Creator sent an angel to strike down 185,000 of the Assyrian army, and Sennacherib was forced to retreat. It was a victory not through the might of armies, but through the power of prayer and faith in the Creator. The rise and fall of these kings, David, Nebuchadnezzar, Hezekiah, was a reflection of the eternal battle between light and darkness. Some kings sought the Creator's will, walking in humility and righteousness, while others, consumed by their own glory, fell prey to the serpent's whispers of self-exaltation. Michael, though ever vigilant, knew that this conflict would continue as long as kingdoms rose and kings ruled. And then there was the king who would come, the king who would not be like the others. His kingdom would not be built with wealth or power, but with love and sacrifice. The story of these great kings, though filled with triumphs and failures, pointed to the ultimate king, the Messiah, whose reign would be eternal, whose justice would be perfect, and whose mercy would know no end. In the quiet moments, as Michael stood watch, he pondered the eternal lesson these kings embodied, that true power came not from thrones or armies, but from humility, from a heart that sought after righteousness, from a life lived in service to the Creator. The serpent's lies of self-glory and domination could never bring lasting peace or fulfillment. Only in surrender to the Creator's will could true greatness be found. As the great kings of history came and went, Michael remained steadfast, guarding the course of time, ready for the day when the king would return, the one who would bring an end to all the struggles, to all the pride and division. Until that day, the kings and kingdoms would rise, but Michael's watch over the earth would never falter. The Creator's plan was unfolding, and the battle would continue until its final, glorious victory. The world had waited for centuries. The land had been steeped in prophecy, its soil watered by the tears of those who longed for deliverance. The promise of a Savior had been whispered through the ages, passed down from one generation to the next. The prophets had foretold of his coming, of the one who would restore what was broken and bring an end to the suffering of his people. Yet, despite the long years of longing, when the Messiah finally came, he came not as the world expected. The air was thick with anticipation. The people of Israel had been under Roman rule for years, their hopes of freedom crushed beneath the boots of their oppressors. They longed for the deliverer who would rise like a mighty king, a warrior who would overthrow their enemies and restore the kingdom of Israel to its former glory. But what they did not know, what they could not have known, was that the Messiah would not come as a king in a palace, but as a child in a humble manger. Michael, ever vigilant, watched from the heavens as the moment finally arrived. His heart stirred with something beyond the resolve of battle, something more profound, more sacred. This was not just the arrival of a king, it was the fulfillment of a divine promise, the moment when heaven and earth would meet in a way no one had ever imagined. The Creator himself, in the form of his Son, would walk among the people, a living testament to his love, his mercy, and his plan for redemption. The moment the child was born, the stars above Bethlehem shone brighter than they ever had before. A single, radiant star pierced the sky, guiding wise men from the east, their hearts full of hope and wonder. The shepherds, lowly and forgotten by the world, were the first to hear the announcement of the Savior's birth, their night filled with the voices of angels declaring, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." Michael stood beside them, invisible to their eyes, but ever present, his heart filled with awe. For though he had witnessed countless battles, the birth of this child was unlike any other event in history. It was a moment that transcended time itself, the beginning of a new chapter in the eternal story. The Creator, in His infinite wisdom, had chosen to send His Son to live as one of them, to experience their pain, their joy, their triumphs, and their sorrows. And in doing so, He would offer the greatest gift of all, the path to redemption. The child, wrapped in swaddling clothes, lay in the manger, a simple cradle, yet in his eyes burned the light of eternity. His tiny hands, which grasped at the air, would one day heal the sick, calm the storm, and bear the weight of the world's sins. His feet, which would stumble over the rough terrain of a humble life, would one day walk the path to the cross. The promise of salvation was now embodied in flesh and blood, and heaven could not contain its joy. Yet, even as the world rejoiced, the serpent watched from the shadows. His schemes had not ended, and though the Messiah had come, he would not surrender easily. The quiet peace of that night in Bethlehem would not last long. The forces of darkness were already stirring, plotting, ready to strike at the heart of this divine plan. The king would be born, but his path would not be an easy one. As Michael observed from above, he saw the larger picture unfold. This child, though fragile in form, was the hope of all creation. He was the answer to every prayer, the fulfillment of every prophecy. The battle that had begun in the heavens, in the rebellion of Lucifer, would find its resolution in the life and sacrifice of this child. The serpent, who had once deceived and torn apart the fabric of creation, would now see his end brought about by the very one he sought to destroy. Years passed, and the child grew. He was raised in the quiet town of Nazareth, far from the palaces and courts of kings. He was a carpenter's son, working with his hands, learning the ways of the world he had created. But even as he grew in wisdom and stature, there was something different about him. His eyes, though full of kindness, also held an ancient knowing, a depth that belied his youth. Michael knew that his time was coming. The moment when the child would step into his true purpose was drawing near. The Messiah would not remain hidden forever. His ministry would begin, and with it, the final confrontation between light and darkness. The serpent, though he had played his hand in ways both subtle and overt, would soon face the fullness of the Creator's plan. The Messiah would heal the sick, raise the dead, and cast out demons. He would speak words of love and grace that would echo across the centuries. But he would also face opposition, the religious leaders who sought their own glory, the rulers who feared his message, and the very forces of darkness that would stop at nothing to destroy him. Yet in every step he took, Michael could see the path ahead. The cross loomed in the distance, but it was not the end. It was the beginning of something far greater. The Messiah would die, but in his death, he would conquer sin and death itself. The serpent would think he had won, but the truth was far more profound. Through the Messiah's sacrifice, the Creator's plan for redemption would be fulfilled. And the serpent, the enemy, would be defeated once and for all. As the moment of the Messiah's ministry drew near, Michael stood ready. His role was not to interfere, but to watch and protect, to ensure that the plan was carried out according to the Creator's will. The Messiah's mission would be a long and difficult one, filled with moments of joy and sorrow, of victory and loss. But through it all, Michael knew that this child, the Savior, would never be alone. The coming of the Messiah was not just a moment in history, it was the turning point in the eternal battle between good and evil, between light and darkness. The war was far from over, but the victory had already been sealed in the birth of this child. The hope that the world had long awaited had arrived, and with it came the promise of redemption, the promise that no darkness, no serpent, could ever extinguish. The light had come, and it would never fade. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth beneath. The air shimmered with heat, the dry desert wind swirling the dust into the sky like 1,000 restless spirits. The silence was almost unbearable, broken only by the distant cry of a bird or the faint scuttle of a lizard across the cracked ground. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where the earth itself appeared to be in a state of exhaustion. But even here, in this desolate, barren wilderness, something profound was unfolding. In the midst of this isolation, a figure stood. His body was weary from fasting, his face gaunt from hunger, and his eyes, though filled with divine purpose, betrayed a flicker of exhaustion. The Messiah, the Savior of the world, had entered the desert, drawn by the call of the Spirit, led by the Creator's will. For 40 days and 40 nights, he had fasted, alone, with only the raw wilderness as his company. The physical toll of the desert had drained him, but his spirit remained resolute. He was prepared. This was not just a retreat to solitude, it was the beginning of something much more significant. Michael watched from above, his heart heavy with the weight of the moment. He had stood guard over the Messiah's birth, had witnessed his growth, and now he watched as the Savior ventured into the heart of the desert. Michael knew that the time had come, and that the battle would soon begin in earnest. For in this desolate place, away from the distractions and temptations of the world, the serpent would come, not in full force, but in subtle whispers, and the twisting of truth, trying to lure the Messiah from his purpose. As the days passed, the Messiah's hunger grew more intense, his body weaker with each passing hour. But he did not falter. He did not yield to the pain, to the emptiness. His heart was fixed on the Creator's will. And then, on the 40th day, as the sun set low, casting long shadows across the barren land, the serpent made his move. He came not as a beast, but as a figure of smooth words and false promises, as a being who wore the mask of reason and seduction. He spoke with a voice that slithered into the ears like venom, promising power, control, dominion over all the kingdoms of the earth. He offered the Messiah everything he had come to save the world from, but disguised it as the key to victory. "If you are the Son of God," the serpent hissed, "command these stones to become bread. Satisfy your hunger. You have the power to do it, after all." Michael stood above, his gaze unwavering. He knew the serpent's tricks all too well. The enemy came with half-truths, with temptations that appeared harmless at first glance. He knew how to exploit the human weaknesses, hunger, desire, pride, twisting them into something far darker. But he also knew that the Messiah was not so easily deceived. With strength that came not from earthly sources, but from a place far deeper, the Messiah answered, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of truth. The Messiah, though he had the power to command the stones to turn to bread, chose to rely not on his own strength, but on the will of the Creator. His purpose was not to satisfy himself, but to fulfill the greater mission set before him. His hunger, his thirst, his weakness, these things would not determine his path. The will of the Creator alone would. But the serpent did not relent. He came again, his form shifting, his words more insistent. He took the Messiah to the pinnacle of the temple in Jerusalem, the highest point, and said, "If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down. For it is written, He shall give His angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone." The serpent, ever cunning, now attempted to use Scripture itself, twisting it to suit his own desires. He sought to manipulate the Messiah, to make him prove himself, to force him into an act that would demonstrate his power, his dominance, his superiority. But the Messiah, though tempted by the challenge, saw through the lie. The serpent's words were empty, his promises hollow. To test the Creator in such a way would be an act of pride, a defiance of the divine order. Again, the Messiah responded, unwavering, "It is written again, you shall not tempt the Lord your God." The words cut through the air, clear and true, a reminder to the serpent that God's power was not to be manipulated, not to be tested for personal gain. Frustrated, the serpent took the Messiah to a high mountain, showing him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. "All these things I will give you," the serpent promised, "if you will fall down and worship me." The kingdoms of the earth, the power, the glory, they could all be his. All he had to do was bow, just once, in submission. The serpent's temptation was clear: abandon the mission, embrace the easy path, and take the power that was his by right. It was the most dangerous temptation yet. The Messiah's purpose, to bring salvation to the world through sacrifice, through love, was at odds with the serpent's offer of immediate power and control. To take the kingdoms of the world in this way would mean abandoning everything the Creator had planned, forsaking the path that led to redemption. Michael's heart ached as the serpent's words lingered in the air, like a heavy fog. He knew what was at stake. If the Messiah gave in, the entire plan would unravel. The hope of redemption would be lost. But he also knew that the Messiah, filled with the Creator's love and purpose, would never falter. The serpent's offer was nothing compared to the greater promise that lay ahead. And then, in a voice filled with authority, the Messiah spoke the final words that would cast the serpent away. "Away with you, Satan. For it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and him only you shall serve." With those words, the serpent recoiled, his schemes shattered, his lies exposed. The Messiah had overcome. The battle was won. The desert was still again. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the earth. Michael watched as the Messiah stood tall, his heart still resolute, his purpose unchanged. The victory in the desert was not just over hunger, temptation, or pride. It was the first victory in a war that would unfold across the ages. The serpent's defeat here was only the beginning. There would be more trials, more battles, but the Messiah had proven that no temptation, no trial, no lie could sway him from his mission. And so, the battle for humanity's salvation had begun. And in the silence of the desert, Michael knew the war was far from over. But for now, the Messiah had triumphed, and the serpent had been sent fleeing into the darkness. The sky was heavy with grief, as if the world itself could feel the agony that hung in the air. The ground trembled, and a deep, foreboding silence fell upon the land. The light of the day began to dim, and the warmth of the sun seemed to fade as darkness closed in. It was as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath, watching the culmination of everything that had been promised, everything that had been foretold, unfold before their eyes. On the hill of Golgotha, the Savior hung on a cross, his body battered and broken, his flesh torn by the scourge, his brow crowned with thorns. The pain was unbearable, every breath a struggle, each movement an insufferable agony. His hands, nailed to the rough wood, were not his own. They were the hands that had healed the sick, raised the dead, and touched the leper. His feet, pierced through with iron, had walked on water and calmed the storm. And yet, now they were nailed to a cross, held by the cruelty of mankind, by the twisted hatred of those who had rejected him. Michael watched from the heavens, his heart torn in ways words could not capture. The battle between light and darkness had reached its climax. The serpent, with all his malice and hatred, had led the charge against the Messiah. He had sought to destroy him, to crush the hope that had been born in Bethlehem. And now, in the starkest and most agonizing moment in history, it seemed as though the serpent had finally won. The Savior, the Son of God, was dying. The mission that had begun in the quiet of a manger, the plan of redemption that had been set into motion before the foundations of the earth, now hung in the balance. The cries of the crowd echoed through the air. Some shouted in mockery, "If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross." Others wept in sorrow, unable to understand what was truly happening. Even the sky above seemed to weep, darkening with an unnatural blackness, as if mourning the loss of its creator. The weight of the world's sin, every lie, every betrayal, every injustice, pressed upon him, and he bore it all. The perfect, sinless Son of God was becoming the very thing he had come to save humanity from. The price of redemption was higher than anyone had dared to imagine. But in the midst of the pain, the suffering, and the mockery, there was something else. There was a quiet strength, a resolve that no human force could ever shake. The Messiah, though his body was broken, was not defeated. He was fulfilling the will of the Creator, carrying out the purpose for which he had come into the world. He was the Lamb who had been slain for the sins of the world, the one who would bridge the gap between humanity and the Creator once and for all. As he hung there, his voice broke through the silence, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." His words were not filled with anger or resentment, but with an overwhelming love, a love that would not be defeated by hatred, a love that would not be extinguished by sin. Even in his darkest moment, he prayed for those who were crucifying him. He had come to save them, to offer them forgiveness, even as they rejected him. Michael's heart broke as he watched, for he knew that the Messiah's death was the final blow to the serpent's kingdom. The serpent had believed that by killing the Messiah, he would destroy the Creator's plan. He had thought that by crushing the Savior, he would claim victory. But he could not see what was hidden from his eyes. This death was not defeat, it was the victory. This was the moment that would turn the tide of history, the moment when the chains of sin and death would be broken forever. The earth trembled once more, and with a final, agonizing cry, the Messiah declared, "It is finished." In that moment, everything changed. The veil in the temple, which separated the Holy of Holies from the people, was torn in two. The barrier between humanity and the Creator was broken. The price had been paid. The work of salvation was complete. But the story did not end with death. No, it was in death that the true power of the resurrection would be revealed. For 3 days, the body of the Messiah lay in the tomb, sealed by the Roman guards, surrounded by the darkness of death. But death could not hold him. The grave could not contain him. On the 3rd day, the earth shook once again, and the stone that had sealed the tomb was rolled away. The Messiah had risen. The Savior had conquered death. The resurrection was the victory cry of the Creator. It was the declaration that life had triumphed over death, that light had overcome darkness, that the serpent had been defeated. The Messiah had not just died for the sins of the world, he had risen to give new life. In his resurrection, he had shown that death was no longer the end, that even the grave was not strong enough to hold the hope of all creation. Michael's heart soared as he witnessed the resurrection. The war was over. The serpent, though still cunning, was defeated. The power of sin and death had been broken. The Messiah's sacrifice had sealed the victory, and now, in his triumph over death, he had opened the way for humanity to be reconciled with the Creator. As the risen Savior appeared to his disciples, the reality of his victory began to sink in. They had feared, they had doubted, but now, standing before them, was the one they had followed, the one they had mourned as dead. And yet, here he was, alive, victorious, radiant, filled with glory. The promises had come true. The Savior had not only saved them from their sins, but he had conquered the very powers of hell. He had broken the chains that had bound humanity for so long. The resurrection was not just a moment of triumph for the Messiah, it was the beginning of a new era. It was the assurance that the Creator's plan for redemption was complete, that the darkness could never overshadow the light again. And as Michael watched, he knew that this victory would echo through eternity. The serpent's defeat was permanent. The hope of humanity was secure. The Savior had risen, and nothing at all, could ever undo what had been accomplished on that hill. The world would never be the same. And neither would Michael. For now, the battle was over, and the victory was won. The air was electric with change. The small room was crowded with men and women, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps. Their eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of awe and fear, for they had seen what should have been impossible. They had touched the hands that still bore the scars of nails. They had spoken to the one who had stepped out of the tomb alive. He had walked among them, eaten with them, taught them, and promised them something extraordinary, a helper, a guide, a power that would come not from themselves, but from above. And now they waited. The city outside bustled with activity, for it was the time of Pentecost. Pilgrims from every nation had flooded Jerusalem, filling its streets with a symphony of languages and a chaotic energy. But inside this small, unremarkable room, a different kind of preparation was taking place. The followers of the risen Messiah prayed, their voices weaving together in desperate unity. They had no idea how, or when, or what it would look like, but they trusted in his words, "You will receive power when the Holy Spirit has come upon you, and you will be my witnesses." Michael observed from the heavens, his wings poised, his eyes fixed on this fragile, determined group. These were the ones chosen to carry the message of salvation to the ends of the earth. They were fishermen, tax collectors, zealots, ordinary people with no remarkable strength or skill. Yet they carried within them the seeds of a kingdom that would grow to shake the foundations of the world. Suddenly, the air in the room shifted. A sound, like a mighty rushing wind, filled the space, growing louder and louder until it seemed as though the very walls might burst apart. The light of the lamps flickered and then seemed to blend with another light, one that danced and shimmered like fire, yet did not consume. Tongues of flame appeared, resting on each person present. And then, a power unlike anything they had ever known surged through them, filling their hearts, their minds, their very souls. The silence shattered. Words poured forth from their mouths, not in their native tongues, but in languages they had never spoken before. Each voice rose, proclaiming the mighty works of God, their fear replaced by an unshakable boldness. Outside, the crowds turned toward the commotion, their curiosity piqued. They gathered, drawn by the sound, by the sight of this ragtag group suddenly transformed into something otherworldly. "What does this mean?" someone in the crowd murmured. Another sneered, "They are full of new wine." But then Peter, the fisherman who had once cowered in fear, stepped forward. His voice rang out over the noise, commanding attention. "Men of Judea and all who dwell in Jerusalem, let this be known to you, and heed my words. These men are not drunk, as you suppose. It is only the third hour of the day. But this is what was spoken by the prophet Joel, in the last days, I will pour out my spirit on all flesh." The word struck like thunder, cutting through the hearts of those who listened. Peter spoke with a power that was not his own, recounting the story of the Messiah, his life, his death, and his resurrection. He spoke of the Creator's plan to redeem humanity and of the gift of salvation now offered to all. "Repent," Peter urged them, "and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of your sins, and you will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit." And then the miracle happened. Thousands of hearts were pierced by the truth. Men and women, young and old, from every corner of the known world, stepped forward to receive the gift of salvation. The waters of baptism flowed, and the church was born, not as a building or an institution, but as a living, breathing body, a movement that would carry the light of the Messiah into the darkest corners of the earth. Michael watched with a mixture of awe and determination. The serpent, though defeated, was still active, his venomous influence lingering among humanity. He would do everything in his power to thwart this fledgling movement, to extinguish the fire that had been ignited on this day. But Michael also knew that the Spirit now dwelled within these people, empowering them in ways the serpent could never comprehend. The apostles, those first followers of the Messiah, became more than just witnesses, they became warriors in the spiritual battle that raged unseen. They faced imprisonment, beatings, and exile. They stood before kings and rulers, proclaiming a message that many would reject, a message that others would embrace with tears of joy. Each step they took spread the light further, reaching cities and villages, palaces and slums. Paul, once a fierce persecutor of this new movement, became its most passionate advocate after encountering the risen Savior on the road to Damascus. His letters, written from prison cells and ship decks, carried wisdom and encouragement to fledgling churches across the Roman Empire. Peter, James, John, and others shepherded their flocks, protecting them from false teachings and the lure of the serpent's lies. But the apostles were not alone. Ordinary believers, merchants, slaves, soldiers, and mothers became carriers of the truth. The gospel spread not just through sermons and miracles, but through acts of kindness, through lives transformed by grace. The Spirit moved among them, strengthening them in their trials, filling them with joy even in the face of death. The serpent hissed and writhed, inciting persecution, turning governments and religious leaders against the church. Yet, the blood of the martyrs became the seed of the church. For every believer who fell, 10 more rose in their place, emboldened by their witness. The serpent's attempts to crush the movement only served to make it stronger, the light shining brighter in the midst of darkness. As Michael continued to watch, he marveled at the resilience of these frail, flawed humans. They stumbled, they faltered, yet they pressed on, driven by a love that surpassed all understanding. They were not perfect, but they were faithful. And with every step they took, the kingdom of the Creator advanced, one heart at a time. The apostolic era was a time of planting, of sacrifice, of unwavering hope. It was the foundation upon which the church would be built, a testament to the power of the Spirit and the enduring promise of the Messiah. And though the serpent continued to rage, Michael knew that this was just the beginning. The battle was not over, but the victory had already been secured. The light would never be extinguished. The heavens seemed to hold their breath as the Lamb stepped forward, holding the scroll sealed with 7 seals. The final seal had been broken, and with it came a silence so profound it reverberated through the celestial realm. The silence was not emptiness, it was pregnant with anticipation, the calm before a storm that would shake both heaven and earth. 7 angels, their forms radiant and their eyes fierce with purpose, stepped forward, each holding a trumpet of divine design. Their presence commanded awe and fear in equal measure, for these were no ordinary instruments. Each trumpet carried a decree, a proclamation of justice and warning, a call for humanity to reckon with its choices and its rebellion against the Creator. Michael stood at attention, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready for what was to come. He knew what these trumpets signified, the judgment that had long been foretold, the final unveiling of the Creator's justice and mercy. The serpent, who had sown chaos and deceit since the dawn of creation, would tremble at the sound of these trumpets. Yet, the warnings they heralded would also offer humanity a chance, a final plea to turn back before the weight of judgment descended fully. The first angel raised his trumpet, and the sound that followed was not music but a shattering blast that seemed to crack the very fabric of the sky. From the earth below, the response was immediate. Hail mixed with fire rained down, consuming vegetation and scorching the ground. The cries of terror rose from the people who had turned a deaf ear to the Creator's voice. Yet even amidst the destruction, some raised their hands in defiance, unwilling to acknowledge their need for repentance. The second trumpet followed, and Michael felt the earth itself groan. A great mountain, blazing with fire, was hurled into the sea. The waters churned violently, their once clear depths turned crimson with blood. Ships were swallowed whole, and the creatures of the deep perished in vast numbers. The serpent hissed with malevolent glee, delighting in the panic and despair, but his laughter was hollow. He knew this was no victory for him, it was the beginning of his end. The third trumpet unleashed a star that fell from the sky, burning like a torch. It struck the rivers and springs, tainting the waters with bitterness. People drank, desperate to quench their thirst, only to find death waiting in their cups. Michael's heart ached as he watched, for he knew these judgments were not born of malice but of necessity. The Creator's justice was pure, yet humanity's stubbornness had led them here. The fourth trumpet sounded, and the lights of the heavens themselves dimmed. The sun, the moon, and the stars darkened, casting the world into an unnatural twilight. It was as if creation itself mourned, lamenting the separation between humanity and the Creator. Michael could feel the serpent's anger rising, his frustration boiling over as he saw the beginnings of his kingdom's collapse. Then came the fifth trumpet, and the air grew thick with dread. A star fell from heaven, and to it was given the key to the abyss. When the shaft was opened, smoke billowed forth, blotting out the sun and sky. From the smoke emerged locusts, unlike anything the world had ever seen. They swarmed, their wings a deafening roar, their stings a torment that left people wishing for death, though death would not come. The serpent reveled in the chaos, but his triumph was short-lived. These locusts were not his servants, they were instruments of judgment, bound to the Creator's will. The sixth trumpet sounded, and 4 mighty angels, long bound at the Euphrates, were released. Their purpose was grim, to slay a third of mankind. As their armies rode forth, their steeds belched fire and smoke, and their riders brought devastation. Yet even in the face of such overwhelming destruction, humanity's rebellion persisted. Idols were clung to, wickedness embraced. The warnings went unheeded by many, and Michael felt the weight of their defiance. The serpent grew restless, his fury mingled with desperation. He knew these trumpets were the Creator's final warnings, an unveiling of his power and sovereignty. He sought to twist the hearts of humanity further, to harden them against the mercy that still lingered in the shadows of judgment. But Michael also saw the flickers of hope. There were those who fell to their knees, their hearts breaking open in repentance, their cries rising like incense to the heavens. For them, the trumpets were not the sound of doom but of awakening. As the seventh angel raised his trumpet, a profound stillness fell over the heavens. The sound that followed was unlike the others. It was not destruction but a declaration, a triumphant proclamation that echoed across creation. The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. The voices of the heavenly host erupted in praise, their songs filling the heavens with a glory that drowned out the serpent's cries of rage. The seventh trumpet was not merely a warning, it was the herald of the endgame, the moment when the Creator's ultimate authority would be fully revealed. It announced the arrival of the final confrontation, the clash that would bring an end to the serpent's reign of terror. Michael's grip on his sword tightened. The time was drawing near, the battle lines were being drawn, and the destiny of creation hung in the balance. Even now, amidst the chaos and the cries, there was still time. Time for hearts to turn, for lives to be redeemed, for the Creator's mercy to triumph over judgment. The serpent knew this, and it drove him mad with fear. His days were numbered, his power waning, and his defeat certain. Yet, he would not go quietly. The war raged on, and the final act was about to begin. The brilliance of his arrival was almost unbearable to behold. A radiant figure descended from the heavens, clothed in shimmering light that seemed to dance and ripple with an ethereal beauty. His countenance was perfect, his voice smooth and melodic, his presence commanding. To those who saw him, it was as though the Creator himself had come to walk among them. Hearts lifted, eyes widened, and a sense of awe spread like wildfire. Yet, Michael knew the truth. This was not the Creator. This was the serpent cloaked in splendor, his forked tongue hidden behind honeyed words. The great deceiver had stepped into the world once more, adorned in a guise so convincing that even the most discerning might falter. Satan, ever the cunning adversary, had chosen his moment with precision. The world was fractured, its people weary, desperate for hope, and eager for a savior. The stage was set. Satan's words were like velvet, wrapping around the hearts of those who listened. "I come to bring peace," he declared, his arms outstretched. "I come to heal the wounds of this broken world, to unite what has been torn apart." His promises resonated deeply, striking a chord in the hearts of those longing for something greater. He spoke of unity, of prosperity, of a new age where all would be made right. He performed wonders that left crowds breathless, calling fire from the sky, healing the sick with a touch, and commanding nature itself as if it bent to his will. Michael stood on the precipice of the heavenly realm, his gaze unyielding as he watched the spectacle unfold. The serpent's deception was masterful, his lies wrapped in just enough truth to disarm even the wary. Michael could see the invisible chains tightening around those who embraced the false promises, their souls slowly being bound to the one who sought their destruction. It was a war waged not with swords but with whispers, not with armies but with ideas. And the cost was incalculable. Among the faithful, confusion rippled like a storm. Some questioned their beliefs, others faltered in their resolve, and a few even succumbed, swayed by the dazzling display. "If he is not from God, how can he do these things?" they murmured. "Perhaps we have misunderstood. Perhaps he truly is the one sent to save us." But Michael was not idle. With every move the serpent made, the archangel worked tirelessly to counter his influence. He whispered strength into the hearts of the faithful, rekindling the flickering flames of their faith. He guided those with discernment to see the cracks in the serpent's facade, the subtle hints of pride in his words, the way his miracles served to elevate himself rather than point to the Creator. Through the Spirit, Michael inspired prophets and teachers, voices of truth who stood against the tide of deception. Their message was not one of fear but of clarity, calling people to remember the words of the Messiah, to hold fast to what was written, to test the spirits and discern their origin. They reminded the faithful that the true Savior had already come, that his victory was sealed, and that any who claimed otherwise were false. The serpent, sensing resistance, turned his charm into venom. Those who opposed him were labeled as outcasts, troublemakers who threatened the new order. Persecution followed swiftly. The faithful were hunted, silenced, and mocked. Yet, even as the serpent unleashed his fury, Michael saw the courage of those who stood firm. Their faith burned like a beacon in the darkness, and their unwavering resolve inspired others to question, to seek, and to resist the lies. As Satan's influence grew, his arrogance swelled. He erected a throne for himself, a symbol of his supposed dominion over the earth. He demanded worship, his voice dripping with false humility even as his eyes gleamed with the hunger for power. Many bowed before him, their devotion born of fear or blind adoration. But there were those who stood apart, their hearts resolute. They would not kneel to a pretender, no matter the cost. Michael moved among them unseen, his presence a steadying force. He watched as a young mother refused to renounce her faith, even as her life hung in the balance. He stood beside an elderly man who boldly proclaimed the truth in the marketplace, knowing it would bring his death. He strengthened a group of children who gathered in secret, their small voices lifted in defiant worship of the Creator. These were the true warriors, their quiet acts of resistance more powerful than any weapon. The serpent's rage grew with every act of defiance. His facade of light began to crack, revealing glimpses of the darkness within. Those who had once been captivated by his charm now saw the cruelty that lay beneath. Whispers spread among the disillusioned, and doubt began to creep into his ranks. Michael seized every opportunity, sowing seeds of truth wherever he could. For every heart the serpent claimed, Michael fought to save another. Then came the moment of revelation. The serpent's mask was torn away, his true nature laid bare for all to see. The beauty and light that had so captivated the world were replaced by a visage of horror, twisted, grotesque, and seething with malice. Those who had worshipped him recoiled in terror, realizing too late that they had placed their trust in the enemy of their souls. Michael descended, his sword gleaming with divine fire, his presence filling the heavens with a light that drove back the darkness. The serpent, though still defiant, knew the tide had turned. The battle was far from over, but his greatest weapon, deception, had been shattered. The faithful rallied, their hearts emboldened by the truth. They saw the serpent for what he truly was, and their allegiance to the Creator burned brighter than ever. Michael raised his voice, a cry of victory that echoed across creation. Though the serpent continued to fight, his time was running out. The great deception had failed. The light had not been extinguished, and the faithful remained standing. The air over the valley was heavy with tension, as though the very earth held its breath. Shadows stretched long across the terrain, cast by the gathering armies of men. Flags of every nation fluttered in the wind, their colors vivid against the stark backdrop of looming mountains. Weapons glinted under the dim sky, a chilling reminder of the human capacity for destruction. Soldiers moved with mechanical precision, their faces hardened by fear, determination, or something in between. This was no ordinary battlefield. This was the staging ground for Armageddon. The serpent moved among the leaders of these armies, unseen yet undeniably present. His whispers wove their way into the minds of generals and kings, filling them with visions of power and dominion. His influence was subtle but undeniable, turning alliances into rivalries, fostering suspicion even among supposed allies. He thrived on their pride, their greed, their thirst for conquest. To them, this was merely another war, one to end all wars, a chance to cement their names in history. They could not see the strings he pulled, nor the darkness gathering at the edges of their ambition. Michael watched from the heavens, his eyes scanning the scene below with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. He could see what humanity could not, the shadow of the serpent coiled around the armies, his lies twisting their purpose, his malevolence feeding on their hatred. But Michael also saw the faint glimmers of hope, the flickers of light in those who still sought truth amidst the chaos. He knew this was his moment, not to intervene with brute force, but to reveal the stakes to those who might yet make a difference. In the still of the night, Michael appeared to a small group of human figures chosen not for their might but for their hearts. They were not generals or kings, they were shepherds of the faithful, voices of wisdom, and protectors of hope. Their campfire flickered as Michael stepped forward, his form radiant yet gentle, his presence overwhelming yet calming. "Do not be afraid," he said, his voice resonating like a melody carried on the wind. I have come to show you what lies beyond the veil, to reveal the truth of what is at stake." As he spoke, the world around them seemed to shift. The valley fell away, replaced by a vision of the cosmic battlefield that mirrored the one on Earth. The heavens were alive with motion, celestial beings arrayed in ranks, their armor gleaming like the dawn. Michael stood among them, sword drawn, his face set with unshakable determination. Opposite them loomed the forces of darkness, their forms twisted and grotesque, their presence a suffocating shadow. "This is the true war," Michael continued, his gaze sweeping over the human figures. "What you see on Earth is but a reflection of what is unfolding in the heavens. Every decision made here ripples across creation. The serpent's aim is not merely to claim this battlefield, but to drag as many souls as he can into his rebellion." One of the humans, a weathered man with eyes that spoke of a lifetime of struggle, stepped forward. "But why us?" he asked. "We are not soldiers. What can we do against such forces?" Michael's expression softened, and he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "You are soldiers of faith. Your weapons are not of steel but of spirit. Speak truth when others are deceived. Stand firm when others falter. Pray when others despair. Your faith is a light in the darkness, and light is what the serpent fears most." The vision shifted again, showing the serpent in his guise of power, standing atop a rise overlooking the valley. His eyes burned with malice, and his voice carried over the armies like a siren's call. "This is your moment," he proclaimed. "Your chance to seize what is rightfully yours. Do not let heaven or anyone else dictate your destiny. Take it." Michael's voice cut through the vision like a blade. His words are poison. He offers power but delivers chains. He promises freedom but sows destruction. He cannot be allowed to triumph. The vision faded, and the group found themselves back at their campfire. The silence that followed was heavy, each of them grappling with the enormity of what they had seen. Finally, a young woman with fire in her eyes spoke. "Then we stand. We speak. We pray. Whatever it takes." Michael nodded, his wings spreading wide as he prepared to ascend. "You are not alone," he said. "The Creator watches, and his power is greater than the serpent's lies. Remember, even in the darkest hour, the light will prevail." As Michael vanished into the night, the group felt a renewed sense of purpose. They knew the battle ahead would be brutal, the cost immense. But they also knew what was at stake. This was not just a fight for land or power, it was a fight for souls, for truth, for the very fabric of creation. Across the valley, the serpent smiled, unaware that seeds of resistance had been sown. The armies continued to prepare, their drums echoing like the heartbeat of war. Armageddon loomed, its shadow vast and foreboding, but within that shadow, the light of hope burned brighter than ever. The heavens trembled as the command was given. A voice, more ancient than time and more powerful than the mightiest storm, echoed through the celestial realm, its authority undeniable. "Michael, my servant, the hour has come. Lead the hosts of heaven into battle. The serpent's rebellion must end." Michael knelt before the throne, his wings folded in reverence. The radiance of the Creator's presence filled every part of him, bolstering his resolve and sharpening his purpose. This moment had been foretold since the foundation of creation, and now, at last, the final summons had come. The Battle of Armageddon, the culmination of the cosmic war between light and darkness, was imminent. Rising to his feet, Michael turned to the legions of angels awaiting his command. Their armor shone with unearthly light, their swords aflame with the Creator's glory. Their eyes were filled with unwavering determination, for they understood the stakes. This was not merely a battle for the earth, it was a battle for the souls of mankind and the future of all creation. Michael raised his sword high, its blade reflecting the glory of heaven itself. "Warriors of the Most High, the time has come. The serpent has sown chaos and corruption for too long. We go not only to destroy his works, but to protect the faithful and bring justice to the oppressed. Stand firm, for the Creator fights with us. The light shall not falter." A mighty roar erupted from the angelic host, their voices reverberating through the heavenly expanse. The sound was like the clash of 1,000 waterfalls, a cry that sent shockwaves through the spiritual and physical realms alike. Michael turned, leading the charge toward the earth, his wings slicing through the air like silver fire. Behind him, the ranks of angels followed, their formation precise, their purpose unshakable. On earth, Satan stood atop a blackened ridge overlooking the valley of Armageddon, his form shrouded in a false brilliance designed to mimic the Creator's light. Around him gathered the armies of humanity, their numbers vast, their weapons deadly. Nations that had once been divided now stood united under his banner, deceived by his promises of victory and dominion. The serpent's silver tongue had woven a web of lies so intricate that even the wisest among men had been ensnared. He knew the angels were coming. He could feel the tremors in the spiritual plane, the ripples of divine power moving toward him like an unstoppable tide. But he had prepared. For centuries, he had plotted, scheming for this very moment. He had anticipated the Creator's plan, knowing that Michael would lead the charge. The trap he had laid was his masterpiece of cunning and malice, a snare designed to corrupt and destroy the faithful while giving the appearance of victory. "Let them come," he hissed, his voice dripping with contempt. "Let them bring their swords and their light. They will find only despair." Around him, his demonic legion stirred, their forms grotesque and terrifying. They were the remnants of those who had followed him in his rebellion, their beauty long since twisted into monstrosity. They snarled and roared, eager for the bloodshed to come. Satan raised a hand, silencing them with a gesture. His eyes glinted with malevolence as he gazed across the valley. The armies of humanity, though vast, were merely pawns in his scheme. His true weapon lay in his ability to manipulate the battlefield itself, to turn the physical and spiritual realms against Michael and his host. The serpent's trap was woven into the very fabric of the earth beneath their feet, a labyrinth of dark power designed to isolate and weaken the forces of heaven. He had no intention of fighting a fair battle. Deception, after all, was his greatest weapon. But the serpent's arrogance blinded him to one truth: the Creator's plans were beyond his understanding. The light that Michael carried was not so easily extinguished, and the faithful among humanity were not as easily broken as he believed. As Michael and his host descended toward the earth, the valley of Armageddon came into view. The sight was grim. The ground was littered with weapons and banners, the air thick with the tension of impending violence. The armies of men, though mortal, stood as a sea of iron and flesh, their faces set with determination fueled by lies. Above them loomed the forces of darkness, their shadow stretching far and wide. Michael paused for a moment, hovering above the battlefield. He could sense the serpent's trap, the layers of deceit and corruption woven into the earth itself. The battlefield pulsed with dark energy, a web of despair designed to ensnare and demoralize. But Michael was not afraid. He had seen such tactics before, and he knew the power of truth would cut through the lies like a blade through mist. He turned to the angels behind him. "Remember who you fight for. Remember why we stand. The serpent's trap cannot hold us, for we are armed with the light of the Creator. Advance with courage and faith." The angels surged forward, their wings blazing with divine fire. As they descended into the valley, the serpent's forces rose to meet them, a tidal wave of chaos and fury. The clash was instantaneous, the battlefield erupting into a cacophony of sound and light. Swords met claws, shields deflected curses, and the air was filled with the cries of battle. Amidst the chaos, Michael's voice rang out, a clarion call of hope and strength. His sword, aflame with the Creator's glory, cleaved through the serpent's lies, each strike a beacon for the faithful. On the ground, humanity watched in awe as the celestial war unfolded before their eyes. For some, it was a moment of revelation, their hearts turning to the Creator in repentance. For others, it was a call to arms, their resolve strengthened by the sight of angels standing against the darkness. But the serpent was not idle. From his perch on the ridge, he unleashed the full force of his trap, the ground trembling as his dark power surged. Shadows rose from the earth, ensnaring angels and humans alike, spreading despair and confusion. For a moment, it seemed as though the light might falter. Michael turned his gaze to the serpent, his eyes blazing with unyielding determination. The time had come to confront the deceiver directly. With a mighty cry, he surged toward the ridge, his sword raised high. The serpent sneered, his form shifting into a terrible visage of rage and pride. The final confrontation was at hand, and the battlefield trembled as the forces of light and darkness prepared for the ultimate clash. The battlefield burned with the fury of heaven and hell. The skies above the valley were a maelstrom of light and darkness, celestial fire clashing with abyssal shadow. Angels and demons fought with a ferocity that shook the earth, their weapons forging sparks that fell like shooting stars. The cries of the righteous intertwined with the roars of the damned, creating a symphony of war that echoed across creation. Amid this chaos stood two figures, their presence commanding the attention of all. Michael, the commander of heaven's armies, radiated a light so brilliant that it seemed to push back the very darkness. His armor gleamed like molten gold, his wings stretched wide, their edges shimmering with holy fire. In his hand, the sword of the Creator burned, its blade inscribed with the divine language of eternity. Opposing him was Satan, the fallen one, the serpent who had once been the brightest star. His form was a horrifying blend of beauty and terror, his visage still bearing traces of the angel he once was, twisted now into something monstrous. His armor, black as obsidian, seemed to drink in the light, and in his hand was a weapon forged in the depths of rebellion, a jagged blade that pulsed with a sickening, malevolent energy. They stood apart, their forces clashing in a whirlwind of fury around them, yet neither moved. The tension between them was palpable, a storm waiting to erupt. Michael's voice was calm yet thunderous, carrying the weight of heaven's authority. It ends here, deceiver. Your rebellion has brought suffering to all corners of creation, but your time is over. The Creator's justice will prevail. Satan smirked, his expression a blend of arrogance and rage. Justice? You speak of justice, Michael, yet you serve a tyrant who would deny his creation the freedom to choose their own path. I will not bow. Not to him, not to you, not to anyone. This battle will prove that I am the true sovereign of creation. Without warning, Satan lunged, his blade carving through the air with devastating speed. Michael met the strike with his own, their swords colliding in a burst of light and shadow that sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The sheer force of their clash caused the ground beneath them to crack, fissures spreading like veins across the valley. They moved with a speed and grace that defied comprehension, each blow a dance of precision and power. Michael's strikes were measured, each one carrying the weight of the Creator's will. Satan's attacks were wild yet cunning, fueled by millennia of rage and defiance. Their battle was not just physical, it was a clash of ideals, of faith against pride, of obedience against rebellion. Above them, the heavens raged. Angels and demons fought with an intensity that defied mortal understanding. Columns of fire erupted as angelic swords met demonic claws, and the cries of battle were deafening. Yet even amidst this chaos, the confrontation between Michael and Satan stood at the center, a beacon of conflict that drew the attention of every being present. Satan unleashed a torrent of dark power, his blade exuding a sickening aura that corrupted everything it touched. The ground beneath Michael's feet withered, the air around him thick with the stench of decay. But Michael stood firm, his light unyielding, his sword cutting through the darkness like the dawn. You cannot destroy what you did not create, Michael said, his voice unwavering. Your power is a shadow of the true light, and shadows cannot stand against the sun. With a mighty swing, Michael struck Satan's blade, shattering its tip. The force of the blow sent the serpent stumbling back, his arrogance momentarily replaced by shock. But the fallen one recovered quickly, his rage reigniting with renewed ferocity. You think breaking my sword will break me? Satan snarled, his voice a guttural growl. I am more than steel. I am rebellion incarnate. The battlefield seemed to respond to his fury. The ground quaked, and tendrils of shadow erupted, attempting to ensnare Michael. But the Archangel's light flared, incinerating the darkness before it could touch him. He advanced with purpose, his sword shining brighter with each step. You are rebellion, yes, Michael said, his voice steady. And rebellion ends here. Their clash reached a fever pitch, each strike creating a cataclysmic burst of energy that illuminated the entire battlefield. Angels and demons paused in their own fights, their attention drawn to the titanic struggle. Every being present knew that the outcome of this duel would decide the fate of the cosmos. Satan, desperate and enraged, unleashed his full power, his form shifting into a monstrous shape. His wings stretched wide, his eyes glowing with unholy fire, his roar shaking the heavens. He struck with a speed and strength that seemed insurmountable. But Michael was undeterred. His light grew even brighter, his form unwavering. With a cry that resonated with the power of the Creator, he countered Satan's attack, his sword piercing through the serpent's defenses. The blow sent Satan crashing to the ground, his form reverting to its original state, weakened but still defiant. Michael stood over him, his sword raised, the tip glowing with divine energy. The battlefield fell silent, all eyes fixed on the moment. Michael's voice was firm, yet sorrowful. Your rebellion has brought nothing but pain and destruction. But the Creator's mercy endures, even now. Yield, and end this madness. But Satan's pride would not allow it. Though his body was broken, his defiance burned brighter than ever. I will never yield, he spat, his voice filled with venom. I will fight until the last star falls from the sky. Michael's expression hardened, and he raised his sword. The light from his blade illuminated the entire battlefield, a final warning to the forces of darkness. Then so be it, he said, his voice like thunder. As the sword descended, the heavens erupted in a blaze of light, and the earth trembled with the force of the Creator's justice. The battle was not yet over, but this clash, this moment, was the beginning of the end. The battlefield was a wasteland of ash and scorched earth, the echoes of the great clash still lingering in the air. The armies of heaven stood victorious but weary, their light flickering like the last embers of a fire that had burned too hot. The forces of darkness lay in disarray, their once mighty numbers shattered and scattered. At the center of the devastation, Michael stood tall, his sword still glowing with the light of the Creator. Beneath him, Satan lay prone, his once mighty form reduced to a shadow of its former self. His wings, once brilliant and resplendent even in rebellion, were now tattered and blackened. His eyes, which had burned with the fire of pride and defiance, flickered weakly with anger and humiliation. He struggled against the weight of Michael's presence, but his strength was gone, his rebellion brought low. Michael lowered his sword, its tip resting lightly against Satan's chest. The air was thick with silence, every being present waiting for what would come next. Your time has ended, serpent, Michael said, his voice steady and unyielding. The Creator's justice is fulfilled. You will no longer walk among creation to spread your lies and destruction. Satan's laughter was bitter, a hollow sound that echoed across the ruined valley. Justice, he sneered, his voice dripping with venom. What do you know of justice, Michael? You are nothing but a puppet, a servant to a tyrant who fears my power. You cannot silence me. My rebellion will rise again. Michael's gaze did not waver. Your rebellion was doomed the moment it began. You sought to place yourself above the Creator, to twist his design for your own gain. Yet even now, his mercy extends to you. But you refuse it. You choose chains over grace. With that, Michael raised his hand, and the light of heaven shone forth, brilliant and pure. From the light emerged chains forged in the fires of divine justice, their links glowing with an unearthly radiance. The chains were not merely physical, they were spiritual, imbued with the authority of the Creator himself. They would bind not only Satan's body but his very essence, preventing him from deceiving and corrupting for 1,000 years. The chains coiled around Satan like living things, wrapping tightly around his arms, legs, and wings. He thrashed and roared, his voice shaking the earth, but the chains held firm, their light searing into him. The forces of heaven watched with solemn reverence, while the remnants of the dark host cowered in fear, unable to intervene. Michael stepped back as the chains completed their work, their glow intensifying until they seemed to fuse with Satan's form. By the decree of the Creator, you are bound, Michael declared, his voice resonating with divine authority. For 1,000 years, you will be imprisoned, your power silenced. Humanity will have a chance to know peace, to rebuild without your lies polluting their hearts. The earth trembled as a great chasm opened beneath Satan, its depths dark and foreboding. The chains began to pull him downward, toward the abyss prepared for his imprisonment. Satan's defiance burned brightly, even in defeat. "This is not the end," he snarled. "You cannot stop what I have begun. I will return, and when I do, all creation will bow before me." Michael's expression was resolute, but there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. "The Creator's will is greater than your pride. Your return has already been accounted for, and you will face judgment once and for all. Until then, the light will endure." With a final, deafening roar, Satan was pulled into the abyss, the chains dragging him into the depths. The chasm closed with a thunderous crack, and the battlefield fell silent. The sky, which had been darkened by the presence of evil, began to clear, sunlight breaking through the clouds. A sense of peace, fragile yet profound, settled over the earth. Michael turned to his host, his voice steady but tired. "It is done. The serpent is bound. Let us tend to the wounded and bring hope to the faithful. The battle is over, but the work of the Creator continues." The angels nodded, their wings stirring the air as they spread out across the battlefield. They comforted the grieving, healed the wounded, and guided those who had turned to the Creator during the battle. Humanity, scarred but resilient, began to rise from the ashes of war, their hearts filled with a newfound hope. For 1,000 years, the earth would know a measure of peace, a reprieve from the constant whispers of the deceiver. It was a time for renewal, a chance for humanity to reclaim its purpose and draw closer to the Creator. Yet even as the world began to heal, the faithful knew that this peace was not the end. The serpent's return had been foretold, and the final judgment awaited. But for now, the light of heaven shone brightly, and Michael stood watch, a guardian of the Creator's will, ever vigilant and ever faithful. The earth breathed a sigh of relief as peace spread across the lands, unlike anything humanity had ever known. The skies, once shadowed by the clash of light and darkness, now radiated a gentle serenity. The nations, weary from generations of strife, began to unite under a single banner, the righteous reign of Christ. This was the millennial kingdom, 1,000 years of divine governance, where justice and mercy flowed like an unending river. Michael stood as a sentinel, a constant and vigilant presence in this newfound era. His towering figure, wreathed in the light of the Creator, moved silently among the people. He was both a guardian and a reminder, a symbol of the war that had been fought and the cost of humanity's redemption. Though the weight of battle was etched into his being, his purpose remained unshaken, to protect this era of peace and ensure the will of the Creator was upheld. Christ's reign brought forth a golden age. Humanity flourished under laws rooted in divine wisdom, and the earth itself seemed to respond to the Creator's blessing. Crops grew in abundance, and the lion lay down with the lamb. Justice was swift, mercy abundant, and love the foundation of all. Suffering diminished, for sickness and famine were subdued by the hand of the Savior. The nations no longer made war, their weapons melted into tools of creation. Yet even in this paradise, the scars of past rebellions lingered. Michael often gazed toward the horizon, his piercing eyes ever watchful for the unseen. Though Satan was bound, his influence eradicated for a time, Michael knew well the frailty of the human heart. The absence of the deceiver's whispers did not erase the lingering temptations within humanity's soul. There were those who struggled to fully embrace the light, their hearts weighed down by old wounds and doubts. Michael would walk among them, his presence a silent reassurance of the Creator's grace. The Archangel was not alone in his guardianship. Legions of angels served as protectors and guides, their radiant forms mingling with humanity. They sang songs that stirred the hearts of those who heard, their melodies a testament to the victory of heaven. Yet, even among the faithful, there was a quiet understanding that this peace, though profound, was not the final chapter. Michael found himself reflecting often on the serpent's imprisonment. Deep within the abyss, Satan lay bound, his chains glowing with the light of divine justice. Though subdued, his presence lingered like an ember smoldering in the ashes, a reminder that evil was not yet fully extinguished. Michael could feel the faint tremors of rebellion buried deep in the hearts of a few, their unrest echoing through creation. He prayed silently, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the millennium was but a prelude to the ultimate reckoning. As the years passed, the millennial reign became a tapestry of miracles and grace. Generations grew up knowing a world free of war and the heavy burden of sin's unchecked influence. Children laughed in fields of flowers, their innocence preserved in ways unseen since the days of Eden. The elderly, no longer frail, walked with strength and dignity. Each sunrise seemed to proclaim the glory of the Creator, each sunset a gentle reminder of His promises. Yet Michael's vigilance never waned. He stood as a guardian at the edges of the mortal realm, his sword ever ready. He visited the cities and villages, walking among the people with a quiet authority that commanded respect. Those who saw him felt a mixture of awe and comfort, for his presence spoke of both protection and the Creator's ever-watchful eye. Michael often knelt in silent prayer, communing with the Creator and drawing strength from His infinite wisdom. The weight of his responsibility was immense, but he bore it willingly, his faith unwavering. He understood the delicate balance of this era, the fragile hope that humanity carried. He also understood the truth that loomed over the millennial kingdom: Satan's chains were not eternal. The archangel's thoughts often turned to the serpent's inevitable release. Though the peace of this age was undeniable, Michael knew it was a reprieve, not an end. The Creator's plan was clear: the final judgment would come, and with it, the culmination of all things. Satan would rise one last time, his pride driving him to rally those whose hearts had not fully embraced the light. The rebellion would be swift and terrible, but it would also be the serpent's undoing. Even as the millennium unfolded in its beauty, Michael prepared for the future. He trained his heavenly host, their weapons sharpened not out of fear, but in readiness. His gaze was ever watchful, scanning the horizon for the first tremor of unrest, the faintest echo of the serpent's defiance. The Creator's promise burned brightly within him: no matter what came, the light would prevail. Michael walked among the people one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of gold and crimson. Children played in the fields, their laughter a melody that softened even his battle-worn heart. He paused, watching them, and for a moment, he allowed himself to feel the hope that this era had brought. It was a fleeting, fragile hope, but it was real. The peace of the millennium was a gift, a time for humanity to grow and flourish under the direct reign of the Savior. Yet Michael's heart remained steadfast, his purpose clear. The 1,000 years were but a chapter, and he would be ready when the time came to turn the page. Until then, he would stand as a guardian, a protector, and a reminder of the light that would never be extinguished. The 1,000 years of peace had become a memory etched into the hearts of humanity, a golden age where the earth flourished under Christ's reign. But even as the years passed in harmony, the faithful had not forgotten the prophecy. Whispers of the final test lingered in the minds of the wise, a shadow at the edges of the bright kingdom. And when the moment came, the shift in the air was undeniable, a heaviness, subtle at first, like the calm before a storm. The abyss stirred. Michael stood upon a high precipice, his keen eyes fixed on the horizon. He had sensed it, the tremor that rippled through creation. The chains forged by divine justice had held Satan bound for a millennium, but now they began to loosen. The Creator's decree was unfolding, and the serpent would rise one final time. Michael's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, its blade shimmering with the light of heaven. This was the hour he had long anticipated, the ultimate confrontation drawing near. In the depths of the abyss, a fissure opened. Darkness poured forth like a living thing, writhing and twisting as it filled the void. From its center emerged the fallen one, his chains shattering in a cascade of sparks. Satan rose to his full height, his form once more terrible and majestic, a grotesque echo of the brilliance he once possessed. His eyes burned with fury, his wings stretching wide, their edges razor-sharp and dripping with malice. He stood in silence for a moment, the taste of freedom sharp and exhilarating. Then he laughed, a low, menacing sound that grew into a cacophony of defiance. "I told you," he hissed into the void, his voice dripping with venom. "I told you I would rise again." Above the earth, the heavens stirred. Michael felt the serpent's release like a wound reopening. His heart burned with righteous indignation, but his resolve remained unshaken. He turned to the host of heaven, their ranks glowing with the brilliance of divine light. "It begins," Michael said, his voice steady and resolute. "The deceiver has returned. We must prepare, for the final battle is at hand." Satan wasted no time. Freed from his chains, he unleashed his influence upon the nations. He moved with cunning and precision, his words as seductive as they were poisonous. "You've been shackled," he whispered to the hearts of men and women, his voice a seductive melody. "Forced to live under rules not your own, denied the freedom to choose your destiny. Rise with me, and I will give you the power to take back what is yours." The serpent's words spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of those who had harbored doubt and resentment even during the Golden Age. Though the reign of Christ had brought unparalleled peace, not all had fully embraced the light. The seeds of rebellion, dormant for 1,000 years, began to sprout. Satan gathered the discontented, weaving his web of lies with practiced precision. His army grew, a swelling tide of those who longed for autonomy, who believed the serpent's promise of freedom. Nations that had lived in harmony began to fracture, alliances crumbling under the weight of deceit. The deceiver, cunning and patient, moved like a shadow, his influence spreading to the farthest corners of the earth. Michael and the heavenly host watched from above, their hearts heavy with the knowledge of what was unfolding. The peace they had safeguarded for so long was unraveling, the final test of humanity's loyalty playing out before their eyes. Michael's voice carried across the heavens as he addressed his warriors. "The serpent seeks to lead them astray once more. But the light will not falter. We stand ready, for the Creator's will shall be done." In the celestial realms, the angels prepared for war. Their armor gleamed, their weapons honed to perfection. Michael walked among them, his presence a beacon of courage and strength. Though the battle ahead would be unlike any other, his faith was unshakable. The serpent's lies could twist hearts, but they could not extinguish the truth. Below, the nations swelled with unrest. Armies formed under Satan's banner, their numbers vast and their resolve fierce. The serpent stood at the helm, his eyes burning with triumph. He relished the chaos he had sown, the rebellion that surged around him. "Look at them," he said, his voice dripping with mockery. "Even after 1,000 years of peace, they still hunger for what I offer. They are mine." But the Creator's plan was not yet complete. As Satan's forces gathered, a counterforce began to rise. Those who remained faithful, who had stood firm against the serpent's lies, turned their eyes to heaven. They prayed for strength, their voices rising like a symphony of hope. And heaven answered. Michael descended to the earth, his presence igniting the hearts of the faithful. He moved among them, offering words of encouragement and reminding them of the Creator's promises. "The deceiver's power is great," he told them, his voice steady. "But it is fleeting. His rebellion is a shadow, and shadows cannot withstand the light. Stand firm, for the Creator is with you." The armies of heaven and earth began to align, their resolve tempered by the trials they had endured. Michael knew that this final battle would not be won through strength alone, but through unwavering faith in the Creator's will. He prayed silently, his heart heavy with the weight of what was to come, yet filled with hope. The serpent had risen, but his fall was imminent. The stage was set, the forces of light and darkness assembling for the ultimate confrontation. Michael's gaze turned skyward, his eyes reflecting the eternal light of the Creator. "This is the final test," he said softly, his words carried by the wind. "Let the truth prevail." Above him, the heavens stirred, and the final battle loomed. The skies darkened with a solemn intensity, not from despair, but from the weight of divine finality. The great armies of heaven stood as witnesses, their light unwavering against the dimming horizon. On the battlefield below, the remnants of rebellion were silenced, Satan's forces routed by the combined strength of the faithful and the heavenly host. Yet, amid the quiet that followed, a profound moment of reckoning drew near. All of creation seemed to hold its breath. Michael stood tall, his golden armor bearing the marks of countless battles, but still shining with the brilliance of the Creator's light. His sword, radiant and unyielding, hung at his side as he stepped forward, his every movement filled with purpose. At his feet knelt the defeated serpent, Satan, bound once more in chains forged by divine justice. The struggle had ended, the rebel's pride was laid bare, his power reduced to ashes. Satan, his form a grotesque shadow of the beauty he once possessed, raised his head. His eyes burned with a mixture of fury and despair. "You think you've won," he spat, his voice like gravel grinding against steel. "This is nothing but another cage, another illusion of control. The hearts of men will always hunger for freedom, for rebellion. You cannot extinguish me, I am eternal." Michael gazed at him with a mix of pity and righteous resolve. His voice, steady and resolute, echoed across the battlefield. "You were eternal once, Lucifer, but you chose this path. You turned your back on grace, on the light that gave you life. And now, your rebellion ends here, as it was always destined to." The ground trembled beneath them as the final act of justice began to unfold. The lake of fire, prepared since the beginning of time, revealed itself. Its depths burned with an unearthly flame, not born of the physical world but a fire of eternal separation from the Creator. It was not merely a punishment, it was the fulfillment of justice, the complete and irreversible removal of evil from creation. The sight of it struck fear into the hearts of those who had once followed the serpent. The flames roared with a deafening sound, their light consuming the darkness around them. This was the end of rebellion, the ultimate judgment for the one who had sought to corrupt and destroy the Creator's design. Satan struggled against his bonds, his defiance unbroken even in the face of such finality. "This is not justice," he roared, his voice carrying the weight of his rage. "This is annihilation. You cannot silence me." Michael's gaze did not waver. "This is not annihilation, nor is it vengeance. It is the fulfillment of the Creator's will, the triumph of light over darkness. You sought to undo the Creator's work, to twist his children against him. Your lies have been silenced, your rebellion ended. Justice is not silencing, it is restoring balance." With a motion of his hand, Michael lifted the chains binding Satan. They glowed brighter, their light intensifying as they prepared to deliver the final judgment. The heavenly host stood in solemn silence, their wings lowered in reverence. This was not a moment of triumph for them, it was a moment of resolution, the closing of a chapter written in sorrow and defiance. Satan was dragged toward the edge of the lake of fire, his struggles growing weaker with every step. His voice, once thunderous and commanding, now faltered. "Michael," he hissed, his tone shifting to one of desperation. "You don't have to do this. I was like you once, a servant of the light. I can still be redeemed." Michael paused, his expression unreadable. For a moment, the battlefield was silent, the only sound the crackling of the flames ahead. Then, in a voice filled with both sorrow and conviction, he answered, "The Creator offered you redemption countless times, even as you rebelled. His mercy extended beyond what you deserved. But you rejected it, again and again. This is the path you chose." With a final, powerful motion, Michael raised his sword, its light cutting through the gloom like a beacon. The chains tightened around Satan, their glow becoming blinding. The heavens trembled as the Creator's voice, low and resonant, declared, "It is finished." Satan let out one last, earth-shaking roar as he was cast into the lake of fire. The flames surged, consuming his form and dragging him into their depths. The roar of the fire grew louder, then suddenly subsided, leaving behind a profound silence. The serpent was gone, his presence erased from creation for eternity. The angels lifted their heads, their wings unfurling as a wave of peace swept over them. Michael stood at the edge of the lake, his sword lowered. His shoulders, heavy with the weight of millennia of conflict, relaxed slightly. The final enemy had been defeated. The rebellion, which had begun with pride and defiance, had been extinguished in the fire of justice. Michael turned to the heavenly host, his voice firm yet gentle. "The battle is over. Evil has been cast out, never to rise again. The Creator's will is complete, and his light reigns eternal." Above, the heavens opened, and a great light poured forth, illuminating the earth and sky. The nations of the faithful fell to their knees, their hearts overwhelmed with gratitude and awe. The Creator's presence was palpable, His glory filling every corner of existence. The triumph of good over evil was absolute, and the promise of eternal peace had been fulfilled. As the angels began their ascent, Michael lingered a moment longer. He gazed into the now quiet flames, not with triumph, but with solemn understanding. This was not a victory to boast of, but a resolution to honor. The serpent's fall was a reminder of the cost of rebellion, the weight of pride, and the power of grace. Turning, Michael spread his wings and rose into the light, his heart filled with a quiet sense of peace. The Creator's work was complete, and all of creation sang a hymn of eternal praise. The age of sorrow had ended, and the light of eternity awaited. The heavens trembled with a brilliance that transcended comprehension, the very fabric of creation shifting in response to the divine will. The end of one era marked the beginning of another, a realm untainted by the scars of rebellion, an existence untouched by sin, sorrow, or death. As Michael stood at the threshold, gazing upon what had been prepared for the faithful, his heart swelled with a profound sense of awe and reverence. This was the culmination of the Creator's eternal plan, the promise fulfilled, the ultimate restoration of all that had been lost. Before him, the old earth had passed away, its shadows dissolved, its wounds healed. In its place rose a new heaven and a new earth, their glory beyond anything mortal eyes could fathom. The skies, once marred by the chaos of conflict and the darkness of evil, now stretched in perfect clarity. They shone with the light of the Creator's love, casting a warm, gentle glow over the vast expanse. The air was pure, filled with the fragrance of life and peace, and the earth itself hummed with a quiet, steady rhythm, as if it too had found its place in the divine symphony. The mountains stood tall, their peaks bathed in eternal sunlight. Rivers of crystal-clear water flowed gently through fields of lush, vibrant greenery, winding their way through landscapes of unimaginable beauty. Forests stretched for miles, their trees bearing fruit that glistened like jewels in the soft light. There were no thorns, no weeds, just an endless expanse of life in its most perfect form. The creatures of the earth, once divided in fear and conflict, now roamed in harmony, their eyes peaceful and full of wonder. Even the lion lay beside the lamb, a living testament to the peace that had been won. Michael's wings stretched wide, their feathers shimmering with the divine light of the Creator. His heart, though filled with joy, was also deeply moved by the magnitude of what had unfolded. The rebellion was over. The darkness had been vanquished. And now, humanity's eternal destiny was secure, their place in this new creation irrevocable. He walked among the people, his presence as gentle as it was mighty. They turned to him with eyes full of wonder, their faces radiant with joy. There was no fear in them, no sorrow, only peace, contentment, and an unshakable sense of belonging. The scars of their past lives were gone, their hearts healed by the love and grace of the Creator. Michael moved silently among them, his heart swelling with pride for the faithful. They had endured, they had remained steadfast, and now they stood in the glory of the Creator's eternal kingdom. In the center of this new realm stood a city, beautiful beyond description. Its walls, made of precious stones that gleamed with 1,000 colors, rose high into the sky, and its gates were never closed. The city shone with the brilliance of divine light, the streets paved with gold so pure it gleamed like sunlight itself. There was no need for the sun or moon here, for the Creator's glory was its light. The city was a place of rest, of worship, of eternal peace. It was the dwelling place of the Creator, and it would be home to all who had remained faithful. Michael stood at the city's gates, his eyes drawn to the people who gathered there, their faces full of wonder and awe. He could feel their hearts, their gratitude, their unspoken prayers. There were no tears here, no more pain, no more sorrow. Only eternal joy. As he gazed upon this perfect realm, Michael felt a quiet satisfaction within him, a deep, abiding peace. The Creator's work had been fulfilled. Evil was no more. The eternal victory had been won. And then, from the center of the city, a voice called out, soft, yet resounding with power. It was the voice of the Creator, the one who had shaped all that was, the one who had seen the beginning and now stood at the end. "Behold," the Creator said, his voice like music, "I am making all things new." In that moment, Michael felt a rush of joy that swept through his entire being. The work of creation was not finished, but renewed. Humanity's eternal destiny, secured by the Creator's love, was an unbreakable bond that no force in heaven or earth could ever undo. This was the culmination of all things, the return to a perfect paradise, the restoration of what had been lost. This was not an ending, but a beginning, the beginning of eternity itself. The people of the new heaven and earth gathered before the Creator, their hearts full of praise. They were no longer bound by time or the limitations of the old world. They had stepped into the fullness of God's design, an existence that transcended the physical and the temporal. There was no hunger, no thirst, no illness, no suffering. All was as it was meant to be, pure, eternal, and whole. As Michael watched, he felt the presence of those who had gone before, those whose lives had been a testament to faith and perseverance. They stood, their faces radiant, no longer bound by the frailties of mortality. The faithful were united, their hearts lifted in worship and adoration. This was the end of their trials, the final reconciliation between the Creator and His beloved creation. And as Michael watched them, he felt no sadness, only peace, peace that could only come from the fulfillment of the Creator's perfect will. In this new world, there was no need for angels to fight, no need for guardians or warriors. The battle had been fought and won. Now, the archangels stood not as soldiers, but as witnesses, witnesses to the Creator's glory, to the victory of love over all things, to the eternal reign of light. Michael turned his gaze once more to the vast horizon, where the light stretched on forever. There were no shadows here, no place for darkness to hide. The Creator's light filled every corner of the new heaven and earth. It was perfect, it was whole, and it was eternal. And as Michael felt the weight of eternity settle upon him, his heart swelled with the knowledge that this was the destiny of all who had stood firm, who had remained faithful. The Creator's promise had been kept. The eternal kingdom had been established. All was as it was meant to be. And in this perfect realm, all things were new, all things were made right, and humanity's eternal destiny was, at last, secured. The heavens stretched out before Michael, their vast expanse echoing the peace that had finally settled over all creation. The war was over. Evil had been vanquished. The rebellion that had once threatened the fabric of existence had been silenced. Now, in this new and eternal realm, the purpose of the angels had changed, no longer warriors, no longer messengers of battle, but guardians, guides, and stewards of divine peace. The fight was done. The victory won. And yet, their role was not finished. It was only just beginning. As Michael stood in the tranquil light of the new heaven and earth, he reflected on the journey that had brought him here. It seemed like eons ago that he had first been called into service, a young archangel at the beginning of creation. He had fought for light, for truth, for justice. His wings had once been dipped in the shadows of war, his sword raised in defiance against the forces that sought to unravel the Creator's work. And now, in the peace of eternity, he felt a new weight settling upon him, a weight not of conflict, but of purpose. Angels had always been agents of God's will, but in this new order, their duties had shifted, and their roles had deepened. The Creator's light radiated across the new heaven and earth, and Michael, now standing at its heart, could feel the unity of purpose that stretched across all of creation. His gaze wandered to the angels standing at attention, their faces serene, their eyes filled with understanding. Each of them had once known the sting of battle, the sorrow of witnessing the rebellion unfold. But now, their hearts beat in perfect harmony with the will of the Creator. Their wings, once heavy with the burden of war, were now light, aglow with the peace that had followed the final victory. For the angels, this eternal peace was not a passive existence. They had been created to serve, to minister, and to reflect the will of God. Their roles had evolved in the new order. They were not here simply to stand idle. Their purpose had expanded beyond the need for war. They were now the guardians of this eternal kingdom, keepers of the peace, and stewards of the Creator's perfect creation. Michael watched as one angel knelt beside a child, their wings brushing the air as they offered gentle counsel. The child, whose face was aglow with the innocence of eternal youth, listened with rapt attention. Another angel tended to the waters, their hands raised in reverence as they ensured that the rivers flowed perfectly, their clarity untainted by time. The beauty of this world was not merely in its appearance, but in the delicate balance that the angels helped maintain. They were not the creators of this new realm, but they were the caretakers, the ministers, the divine gardeners who ensured that this place of peace would never again be marred by the shadows of rebellion. The role of angels in eternity was not only to protect, but to nurture, to assist in the flourishing of all that was good. They helped guide the souls of humanity as they entered this new, perfect existence, ensuring that they felt welcome and at home in the Creator's kingdom. They walked with them, not as servants, but as companions, helping them to understand their new roles in this eternal paradise. They whispered words of encouragement, reminding them of the purpose they had fulfilled in life and the new purpose they would carry into eternity. The angels were not distant figures, they were deeply intertwined with the lives of the redeemed, sharing in their joy and guiding them toward greater understanding. As Michael stood quietly, reflecting on his own journey, he realized that his purpose, too, had changed. He had once fought with fiery passion, his blade raised against the forces of darkness. But now, in the eternal light of peace, his role had become one of wisdom and counsel. He was still the leader of the heavenly host, but no longer in the way he had once been. He was not leading them into battle, he was guiding them into greater understanding of the Creator's will, helping them grow in wisdom and unity. His sword, though still by his side, was no longer a weapon of war, but a symbol of justice, a reminder of the victories won and the peace that now reigned. Michael had always understood that the Creator's plan was infinite, that the story of existence did not have a beginning or end in the human sense. But standing in this new heaven and earth, he felt the weight of eternity in a way he never had before. There was no more struggle, no more need for conflict. The Creator's will had been perfectly realized, and the angels, each in their unique way, were now guardians of that peace, ensuring that it would never be broken. He felt a quiet joy fill his heart as he looked upon the world. The Creator's presence was with them, in every breath, in every heartbeat, in every flicker of light. Michael had fought for this, he had fought for the peace that now surrounded him. He had watched the heavens and the earth tremble, and he had seen the darkness fall. But now, he stood in a place where all was made new, where all was made right. The eternal triumph of good over evil was not just a victory, it was a beginning, an endless beginning. And it was his, and the angels', eternal purpose to preserve it. As he watched the angels of heaven go about their duties, Michael knew that their work was far from over. There would always be something to protect, something to guide, something to cherish. The beauty of the Creator's creation was not in its perfection alone, but in the endless depth of its purpose. Angels would always have a place in this eternal world, for their very existence was woven into the fabric of the Creator's design. For Michael, his journey had been long. He had seen the heights of glory and the depths of despair. But in this moment, he realized that the true glory of his service had never been in the battle itself, but in the quiet peace that followed, the peace that he now stood in, knowing that the Creator's plan had come to fruition. He was no longer merely the warrior, he was a steward of eternity, guiding and nurturing the light that had triumphed over the darkness. The angels of heaven, now fully understanding their purpose in this new world, continued their work, their hearts united with the Creator's will. They had always been his servants, but now, in eternity, they were more than that. They were guardians of the peace, and the eternal stewards of creation. Their wings no longer bore the weight of battle, but lifted them higher into the light of divine purpose. And as Michael stood amidst them, he felt at peace, not because the war was over, but because the real work had just begun. The Creator's kingdom was eternal, and with it, the eternal role of the angels, forever bound to the purpose of love, grace, and light. The silence of the new realm seemed infinite, yet within that silence echoed the remnants of a war that had once raged with unimaginable ferocity. The scars of the conflict, both seen and unseen, still lingered, though they were no longer visible in the perfection of the new heavens and earth. The light that bathed this perfect kingdom was pure, but Michael, in the quiet stillness of this restored world, knew that the echoes of the past could never be fully erased. They were woven into the fabric of creation itself, reminders of what had been fought for, what had been lost, and, ultimately, what had been redeemed. The war between heaven and hell had been more than just a cosmic struggle, it had been a test of the very foundations of existence. The rebellion had not only shattered the peace of the heavens, but had shaken the Creator's original design. The forces of darkness, led by Lucifer, had sought to unravel the order of things, to bring chaos into the heart of creation, to make war on the divine order itself. And though they had been defeated, the scars of that war could still be felt. Michael stood in the heart of the new creation, reflecting on the lessons of that war. It had not been a battle of mere physical might. It had been a clash of wills, a struggle between pride and humility, between light and darkness, between those who sought to serve the Creator and those who sought to replace Him. In the chaos of that battle, many had fallen, and many had been lost. The scars left by the conflict were not only the physical marks upon the heavens, but the emotional and spiritual wounds carried by those who had fought. Even in this new, perfected world, there was a quiet recognition that the cost had been high, the price of the ultimate victory paid in ways that would never be fully understood. And yet, despite the devastation, there was a beauty in the redemption that had followed. The scars were not signs of defeat but of victory, victory over the very forces that had threatened to undo everything. Michael had seen the darkness of rebellion firsthand. He had watched as his once beloved brother, Lucifer, turned away from the light, rejecting the Creator's will and casting his lot with pride and ambition. He had fought at the forefront of the battle, knowing that the fate of all creation hung in the balance. And he had witnessed, in the end, the heartbreaking loss of so many who had chosen the wrong side. But now, in the eternal peace of the Creator's kingdom, Michael understood that these scars, though painful, were not meaningless. They were the necessary price for the beauty and peace that now reigned. The war had been long and brutal, but it had revealed the true nature of good and evil, and in that revelation, humanity and the heavenly host alike had learned the importance of humility, of obedience, of love. It was a lesson that would never be forgotten, a lesson that would echo through eternity. As Michael looked out over the new creation, he saw the legacy of the war in the eyes of the redeemed. They were not the same as those who had walked in the old world. They had seen the depths of darkness and understood, perhaps more fully than anyone, the preciousness of light. They had learned, through suffering and perseverance, the value of choosing good over evil. The scars of the past had shaped them, just as they had shaped the angels, but those scars were no longer wounds, they were marks of victory, of endurance, of redemption. The heavens had learned the importance of vigilance. The forces of darkness, though bound and cast away, were not forgotten. Michael understood that evil could never be allowed to rise again. The lessons of the past, of rebellion, of pride, of the fall, had imprinted themselves upon creation, and now, in this new order, the angels were ever watchful, ever mindful of the fragility of peace. It was a peace that must be guarded, a peace that could be lost if the lessons of the past were forgotten. There were also lessons for the Creator's future creations. The rebellion had not been the first of its kind, and Michael knew it would not be the last. The freedom to choose, whether to serve or to rebel, was a gift, but it came with a great responsibility. The Creator's design was perfect, but it was also fragile. Michael understood now that creation must be guided with love and wisdom, for the seeds of rebellion could take root in even the most perfect of beings. The lesson of Lucifer's fall was a bitter one, but it was also a necessary one. The Creator's light was not to be taken for granted. The gift of free will, though a divine blessing, had consequences. And it was a lesson that would echo throughout eternity, whispered through the ages. For Michael, the legacy of the conflict was a reminder that the battle for good would never truly end. It would not be fought on the same scales, not with the same fury or violence, but it would continue in the hearts of those who had been redeemed. There would always be a choice between light and darkness, between love and pride. And the angels would be there, standing as guardians, ensuring that the lessons of the past were never forgotten, ensuring that creation would never again be threatened by the darkness of rebellion. As he stood in the light of this new heaven and earth, Michael could see that the legacy of the conflict was not one of eternal war, but of eternal vigilance, of eternal gratitude for the Creator's grace, of eternal peace built on the foundation of sacrifice and redemption. The scars of the war were no longer raw, no longer wounds, but were etched into the very soul of creation, reminders of the price that had been paid for this peace. And in those scars, there was beauty, a beauty forged in the fire of battle, a beauty that would endure forever. Michael looked to the future, knowing that the peace of this new world would be maintained not by the absence of struggle, but by the wisdom gained through the lessons of the past. The scars of the war, though a reminder of the cost of victory, were also a testament to the resilience of the Creator's plan. And in the hearts of the redeemed, in the hearts of the angels, those scars would never fade. They would remain, not as wounds, but as marks of victory, forever inscribed in the eternal fabric of creation. And so, Michael's gaze lingered on the horizon, the eternal light stretching far and wide. The legacy of the conflict would not be forgotten. It would shape the future of all things, guiding the Creator's hand as he shaped new worlds, new beings, and new journeys. The scars remained, but in them, there was hope, there was light. There was redemption. And that, above all, was the legacy of the war. The vast, eternal expanse before Michael seemed infinite, but within it, his mind wandered, tracing the paths of thoughts that had occupied him for what felt like endless ages. The peace of the new creation was a profound thing, but beneath it lay the weight of memories, lessons carved into his very being through a millennia-long struggle. He stood as a silent witness to the victory, to the ultimate triumph of light over darkness, yet in the stillness of eternity, Michael could not escape the depth of the questions that had always haunted him. Free will, loyalty, sacrifice. These were the pillars upon which the battle had been fought, the invisible forces that had shaped the destiny of so many, the choices that had defined every moment of the war between heaven and hell. They were the heart of creation itself, the very breath of life and death, and now, as Michael stood in the aftermath of it all, he found himself reflecting deeply on them. He remembered the moment Lucifer had turned away from the Creator, his heart swelling with pride, with a sense of betrayal that had been incomprehensible to Michael. It was not just the act of rebellion that shook him, it was the very act of choice. Lucifer had been given the gift of free will, just as Michael had, just as every angel, every being in creation had. The Creator, in his infinite wisdom, had not created mindless servitors, but beings capable of love, of devotion, of loyalty, yes, but also of choice. The gift of free will had allowed for the beauty of love, but it had also allowed for the birth of pride, for the seeds of rebellion. Michael had chosen loyalty. His heart had been steadfast, bound to the Creator's will in ways that had felt like both a responsibility and a privilege. He had served without question, without hesitation, not because he was commanded to, but because his very nature was to serve the one who had created him. And in that service, Michael had found joy, fulfillment, and purpose. But what if he, too, had been tempted? What if his heart had grown heavy with the same pride that had overtaken Lucifer's? What if he, too, had tasted the bitter fruit of rebellion? Could he have chosen differently? Would he have turned against the Creator? These were not idle thoughts. They were deep, pressing questions that cut through the fabric of his soul. For in those questions lay the truth of free will itself. It was not a gift that could be taken lightly. It was not a gift that could be wielded without consequence. Lucifer's fall was proof of that. Michael had seen it unfold before him, seen the choices that led his brother down a path of destruction. And yet, even in the midst of that, there had been a sorrow for the loss of what could have been. Lucifer had once been beautiful, once been loved, once been loyal. But loyalty, like love, could be broken. And that led Michael to his next reflection: sacrifice. The war had been one of loss. The war had demanded everything. The battle had not been fought with mere weapons, but with hearts, with souls, with the very essence of existence. Michael had seen the cost of loyalty. He had seen the price that was paid by those who had stood by the Creator's side, who had fought for the light, for the truth. The battle had been a sacrifice, and many had fallen along the way. But the greatest sacrifice had not been made on the battlefield. It had been made by the Creator himself, who had given his only Son, who had taken the burden of sin upon himself for the sake of redemption. Michael had witnessed that sacrifice with awe. It had been incomprehensible, yet it had been the key to everything. It was the ultimate act of love, the ultimate display of loyalty. And it had been a sacrifice that would never be forgotten. The victory at Armageddon had not been won by might alone, it had been won by love. The Creator's sacrifice had rippled across the fabric of creation, a wave of grace and mercy that had washed over the universe, offering redemption to all who would accept it. It was in that sacrifice that the ultimate meaning of loyalty and free will had been revealed. To choose the light, to choose the good, had always been a matter of free will. But it had also required the deepest of sacrifices. As Michael reflected on his own role in that sacrifice, he realized that the path he had walked had been no less demanding. His loyalty had been tested, his faith had been tested, and in the end, he, too, had made sacrifices. He had given of himself, not in the same way the Creator had, but in ways that were uniquely his. He had fought, he had led, he had carried the weight of the heavenly host, and he had watched as friends, as companions, had fallen in battle. The scars of those losses would remain with him forever. And yet, he had chosen loyalty, had chosen to serve, because he knew that it was the only path that led to true peace, to true justice. Michael's thoughts turned again to free will, to the choices made by the beings he had once fought beside. The angels who had fallen were not monsters, not creatures of pure evil. They had been his brothers and sisters, once filled with light and love. But they had chosen, just as he had chosen. And that was the most terrifying part of it all. The Creator had given them the freedom to choose, and they had used it to turn away from the light. The rebellion had not been a clash of mere power, it had been a clash of choices, of hearts turning in different directions. The question lingered, what would happen if free will was removed? If there were no ability to choose, to love, to betray? Would creation still be meaningful? Would love be real if it could not be chosen? Michael understood that the answer was no. The gift of free will was not a burden, it was the very essence of what it meant to be created in the image of the Creator. It allowed for love, for loyalty, for sacrifice. But it also allowed for rebellion. And that was the price of the beauty of choice. In this new, perfect realm, Michael could see the weight of these reflections in every corner of creation. The new world, unmarred by rebellion, was beautiful, but it was also fragile. The angels now stood guard, vigilant and ever watchful, knowing that the gift of free will would always be a part of the universe. But it was a gift that would be wielded with wisdom and love, with the knowledge of the consequences of betrayal and the power of loyalty. Michael understood now that the true measure of loyalty was not in blind obedience, but in the willingness to choose again and again, in the face of temptation, in the face of darkness. And the true meaning of sacrifice was not in what was given, but in the love that drove it. In the end, it was the Creator's love that had overcome everything, that had triumphed over pride, over rebellion, over the darkness of the fallen. And Michael knew, in the quiet of eternity, that this love would always endure. It would always be the light by which creation would find its way. And so, Michael stood at the threshold of this eternal peace, reflecting on the path he had walked, the choices he had made, and the lessons that had been burned into his soul. The legacy of free will, loyalty, and sacrifice was not just a history, it was a living truth, woven into the very fabric of existence. It was the heartbeat of creation, and it would echo through the ages to come. Humanity had always stood on the precipice of its own fate, teetering between the light of grace and the shadow of sin. From the very beginning, the Creator had extended His hand, offering the gift of love, yet humanity's heart often wavered. Time and again, they had stumbled, fallen into the depths of sin, their actions and choices pulling them further from the Creator's perfect design. It was a cycle of sin and redemption, a struggle between the earthly desires of man and the divine light that beckoned from beyond. But amid the darkness, there had always been a glimmer of hope, a light that could never be extinguished. It was the grace of God, the divine love that reached down to pull humanity from the abyss, and the angelic protection that watched over them, guarding the fragile souls from the forces that sought to consume them. This was humanity's story, one of redemption, of falling and rising, of sin and grace. In the Garden of Eden, when humanity first chose to embrace sin, the Creator did not abandon them. He could have wiped the slate clean, could have turned his back on the fragile beings he had created. But instead, he extended grace. Even in the face of rebellion, God promised redemption. He spoke of a seed that would come, one who would crush the serpent's head and restore what had been broken. It was a promise that echoed through the ages, a promise that would be fulfilled in a way that no one could have imagined. As humanity multiplied and filled the earth, sin became a more insidious force, corrupting hearts, distorting lives, and separating mankind further from the Creator. The world became a place of violence and pain, of suffering and loss. Yet even in the midst of this darkness, God did not leave His creation to fend for itself. He sent His messengers, His angels, to guide, protect, and warn humanity. They stood as guardians, watching over the righteous and the sinful alike, ensuring that the light of the Creator never fully dimmed. But humanity's redemption could not come through protection alone. The price for sin was steep, too steep for any human to pay. And so, the Creator sent His Son, an unimaginable sacrifice. The eternal Word made flesh, born as a helpless child, destined to bear the weight of the world's sins upon His shoulders. He lived among mankind, showing them the path of righteousness, teaching them the ways of love, and offering forgiveness to those who would listen. He demonstrated, through His actions and His words, the depth of God's love, a love that knew no bounds and would stop at nothing to redeem His people. And then came the cross. The moment of ultimate sacrifice. Humanity's sins, the weight of every wrong ever committed, were laid upon the shoulders of the innocent Lamb. The Creator, who had given His Son to the world, watched as His beloved Son was tortured, mocked, and crucified. It was a moment that shattered heaven and earth. The earth trembled, the sky darkened, and even the angels wept at the agony that Christ endured. The Creator, the Son, the Holy Spirit, they were one, yet in that moment, it seemed as if the world itself had broken apart. But in that moment, the story of redemption was complete. Christ's sacrifice was the ultimate expression of grace. Through His blood, humanity's sins were forgiven, and the path to salvation was opened wide. It was a grace that could not be earned, could not be repaid. It was a gift, a divine gift that transcended human understanding. The angels, who had watched over humanity throughout the ages, rejoiced at the triumph of grace. They had witnessed the depths of mankind's sin, but now they saw the heights of divine mercy. They had seen humanity at its worst, but now they beheld the Creator's plan for redemption in full. They had protected, guided, and fought beside humanity, but it was Christ who would ultimately offer the final redemption. And in that final act, the angels understood that their task was complete, not in the sense that their work was over, but in the sense that the battle for humanity's soul had been won. But humanity's redemption did not end with the death of Christ. It continued in the resurrection, the moment that proved the power of God's grace. The tomb was empty, and death had been defeated. Through Christ's victory over death, humanity was offered not just forgiveness but new life. It was a life that could never be taken away, a life that could never be marred by sin again. The grace of God was not just a momentary forgiveness, but an eternal gift, an eternal life that would stretch on forever. And in this new life, humanity found a new purpose. The redemption that had been offered was not simply a free pass from the consequences of sin. It was a call to transformation. Those who accepted God's grace were not just forgiven, they were made new. They were called to live in the light, to walk as Christ had walked, to love as He had loved. And in this new life, they were not alone. The angels who had guarded them, who had fought alongside them, would continue to watch over them, guiding them, comforting them, and reminding them of the Creator's eternal love. The road of redemption, though paved by grace, was still a journey. It was not a one-time event, but an ongoing process, a daily decision to choose the light, to embrace the love of the Creator, and to reject the darkness that sought to pull them back. The angels, ever vigilant, would continue to protect and guide, but the choice remained with humanity. They had been given the gift of grace, but they had also been given the gift of free will. It was up to them to accept it, to live it, to become the image of the Creator once again. Through divine grace and angelic protection, humanity had overcome sin. It was a victory that had been won not by human effort, but by divine intervention. It was a grace that could not be earned, but could only be received. And it was a grace that would forever change the course of humanity's destiny. No longer were they bound by sin, but they were free to live in the light of the Creator's love, free to walk in the path of redemption, free to become the beings they were always meant to be. Satan stood at the edge of the abyss, his form still and silent, the weight of eternity pressing down upon him. The echoes of his fall reverberated through the deep, the chilling reminder of a once brilliant being now cast into the dark. He had known greatness once. He had been the favored, the most radiant among all the hosts of heaven. His name had been whispered in awe. He had been the morning star, destined to lead, to shine, to guide. But now, he was nothing but a shadow, a faded memory of a former glory, a prisoner to his own choices. From the beginning, Satan had been different. He had always believed that his brilliance, his strength, his beauty were meant for more. The Creator had given him everything, power, influence, grace, but it had never felt like enough. It had never been enough to simply serve. He had longed to be more. He had longed for freedom. True freedom. Not the kind that bound him in submission to the will of another, but the freedom to rule, to decide, to create. And in that desire, in that longing, had grown something darker. Pride. The Creator had not forced him to serve. No, that was not the way of heaven. In the perfect harmony of heaven, each being had been given the gift of choice. Satan had chosen, at first, to serve. He had rejoiced in the Creator's light, basked in the divine radiance, and wielded his power in harmony with the other angels. But it was never enough. He had tasted power, had glimpsed the heights of his potential, and he had wanted more. The seeds of rebellion had been planted slowly, imperceptibly, like a whisper in the depths of his heart. It was not the Creator's fault, no, the blame lay with him alone. The Creator had given him everything, had loved him with an intensity beyond comprehension. But Satan had wanted to be more. He had wanted to be equal to the Creator. In the quietest moments, when the halls of heaven were filled with song and light, Satan had heard a voice, the voice of pride, that told him he deserved better, that he could do it on his own, that he was destined for something greater than mere servitude. And so, he had rebelled. The moment of his defection had been as inevitable as the fall of night. It had started as a thought, a fleeting doubt, but it had festered into something much more dangerous. He had gathered others, whispered promises of power, of freedom, of a new order. They had followed him, believing in the vision he offered. Together, they had turned against heaven, against the Creator. They had believed they were justified, that their rebellion was not an act of defiance, but of rightful ascension. They had believed they would be the rulers of their own destinies, free from the chains of servitude. But that was not the truth. No, they had been blinded by their pride. The war had been fierce. The clash of armies, of angels and fallen, had shaken the very fabric of creation. Satan had fought with all the strength he had once been given, his wings a storm of fury, his words a cry of defiance. He had believed in his cause, had believed that he was right. The Creator's love, the Creator's wisdom, had been dismissed as weakness. Heaven had felt fragile in that moment. The brightness of the Creator's light, which had once filled every corner of the realm, had seemed dimmed by the shadow of rebellion. And then, it had all come crashing down. Satan had fought with all the fury of one who believed he had been wronged, who believed that his greatness had been denied. But the power he had once wielded so effortlessly had been no match for the Creator's will. The forces of heaven had proven unyielding, unstoppable. The battle had been lost, and with it, his dream of domination. Satan had been cast out, thrown down from his high place of honor, his wings torn from him, his light extinguished. It had not been a quick fall, it had been a fall that stretched on, through endless darkness, as the weight of his choices pressed down upon him. Now, Satan found himself in the void, the desolation of the nothingness where he could no longer hear the sweet songs of heaven or feel the warmth of the Creator's love. There were no more legions to command, no more halls to fill with his presence. He was alone, surrounded by the very emptiness he had once feared. And yet, in the deepest corners of his heart, he did not regret his choice. He could not. He would not. The bitterness of his defeat still lingered, still tasted sharp on his tongue. The light that had once illuminated his soul now felt distant, unreachable. He had been a king in heaven, the most exalted of all. But now, he was nothing. Nothing but an echo of his former self. The abyss stretched out before him, endless and cold, but it was his throne now. He had earned it. And in the emptiness, Satan's thoughts twisted and contorted. He had lost, yes, but he had not been broken. There was still power within him, still a fire that refused to die. The Creator's victory had not extinguished that spark, it had only fueled it. Satan's defeat was not the end of his rebellion. No, it was just the beginning. For even in the darkness, there was purpose. There was a mission. Humanity. The ones he had once viewed with disdain, the ones who had been created in the Creator's image. They had become the focus of his hatred, the new battlefield in his war against heaven. He would corrupt them, twist them, turn them from the Creator's love. He would make them fall, as he had fallen, and in their fall, he would find his revenge. His rebellion was not over, it had only just begun. He would make the Creator regret the mercy he had shown, the grace he had extended. The war in heaven had been lost, but the war for the hearts and souls of mankind was a new front. Satan would not go quietly into the abyss. He would not accept defeat. He would rise again, not to claim heaven, but to destroy it, to destroy the Creator's plan for humanity. He would do everything in his power to make sure that humanity's redemption was an illusion, a false hope. He would drag them down with him, into the depths of despair, where there would be no light. And as he stood there, in the cold silence of his exile, Satan knew one thing for certain: he would never stop fighting. He would never accept the Creator's grace. He would never bow. Even in the face of defeat, he would rise again, and again, and again. For his heart was full of rage, and it was the only thing that kept him from fading into the nothingness that awaited him. His defeat had not broken him, it had hardened him. And in that hardness, Satan would find his purpose. As the darkness around him deepened, a twisted smile curled at the edges of his lips. The battle had been lost, but the war was far from over. The celestial choir echoed through the vast expanse, a sound beyond any human comprehension, pure, harmonious, and unbroken. It was a song, ancient and eternal, that had risen from the heart of creation itself. Every note reverberated through the heavens, filling every corner of existence, a living testament to the glory of God. It was a song that had never ceased, and would never cease, as long as the stars burned in the sky. It was the eternal song. At the forefront of this divine melody stood Michael, his wings spread wide, his eyes shining with an awe that had never faded, even after countless eons. His presence was commanding, yet filled with a deep humility, as he led the heavenly host in their eternal worship. His voice rang out, clear and true, blending with the angelic chorus that filled the heavens. Together, they sang a song of praise, a song of love, a song of thanksgiving. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was, and is to come, they sang, their voices rising in a perfect harmony that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. It was a declaration of the Creator's glory, a recognition of his eternal nature. For the song was not just words, it was the very essence of creation, a reflection of the infinite majesty of God. Michael's heart swelled with the beauty of the song. He had been chosen to lead this choir, not out of any personal merit, but because he was a servant of the one who was above all things. The song was not about him, nor any of the hosts of heaven. It was about the Creator, the one who had called all into being with a single word. Michael's task was simple: to lead the worship, to ensure that every note sung, every word spoken, was an offering of love and devotion to the one who had given them everything. As he stood there, Michael reflected on the Creator's greatness, the infinite depth of his love, and the majesty of his plan. The heavens themselves were a testament to God's creativity and power, each star, each planet, each galaxy a masterpiece of divine design. The Creator had made everything with purpose, from the smallest grain of sand to the vastest expanse of the universe. The earth itself, so fragile and beautiful, had been fashioned with care, a reflection of the Creator's heart. but it was humanity that had truly captured the Creator's love. It was humanity that had been made in His image, destined to carry His light into the world. The song they sang was a reflection of that love. It was a celebration of all that had been created, all that had been given. It was a reminder that everything, from the smallest blade of grass to the most distant star, was a part of the Creator's eternal design. And as Michael led the heavenly host in worship, he knew that every note sung was a step closer to understanding the depths of the Creator's heart. The song was not just an act of praise, it was an act of communion. Each voice, each angel, each being that joined in the melody, was a part of something greater. It was a reminder that they were not alone, that they were part of a vast, interconnected whole. The angels, though numerous and varied, were united in their devotion to the Creator. And so too was creation, each part of the whole singing in harmony with the rest. As Michael's voice rang out, he thought of the moments of quiet reflection, the times when the song paused, and in those silences, the presence of the Creator was felt most deeply. It was in those moments of stillness that he understood more fully the magnitude of the Creator's love. It was a love that had no beginning and no end, a love that transcended time and space, a love that was as constant as the stars themselves. And yet, despite the eternal nature of the song, Michael knew that it was not a song of mere repetition. It was a living, breathing thing, always evolving, always growing. For the Creator was not static, He was dynamic, ever unfolding, ever revealing new facets of His nature. And so the song, too, would continue to evolve. Each note sung, each chord struck, was a new layer of understanding, a new revelation of the divine. The eternal song was not just a melody. It was the heartbeat of creation, the rhythm of existence itself. It was a song that had been sung from the very beginning, when the first stars were born, when the first light broke through the darkness. It was a song that would continue until the end of time, until the final note had been sung, and even then, it would echo on forever, a testament to the Creator's glory. Michael paused for a moment, his heart filled with awe. He had been chosen to lead the angels in worship, but it was not just a task. It was a privilege, an honor beyond words. In that moment, he understood that the true purpose of creation, the true purpose of everything, was worship. Not just in song, but in every action, every thought, every breath. The entire universe was an offering, a gift of praise to the Creator who had made it all. The heavens, with their infinite beauty, were a reflection of that eternal worship. And in every star, and every planet, and every life, the song continued to be sung, in a language beyond words, in a way that no mortal could fully understand. It was a song that transcended time and space, a song that could not be measured or contained, for it was the very essence of life itself. And as the heavenly host continued to sing, Michael knew that there was no greater joy than to be a part of this eternal chorus. To worship the Creator, to offer everything back to Him in praise, was the highest calling. It was the very purpose of their existence. And though the song would never cease, there would always be new depths to explore, new revelations to uncover, new ways to give thanks and glory to the One who had made it all. The song continued, rising higher and higher, filling the heavens with its beauty, its power, its truth. And Michael, leading the host in worship, felt the weight of eternity settle upon him. For in that moment, he knew that the song, the eternal song, was not just a reflection of the Creator's greatness, it was a reflection of the love that held the universe together. It was a love that would never fade, never falter, never end. And so they sang. Forever and ever. The stories of old, woven with the threads of celestial battles and divine purpose, passed through time like whispers carried by the wind. From generation to generation, the tale of Michael's triumph over Satan was not simply a story to be remembered, but a legacy to be cherished. It was a legacy not just among the angels who had stood in the heavenly host, but also among humanity, the redeemed souls who had learned through struggle, redemption, and grace. It began with the angels. In the quiet moments between their duties of guarding creation, they would gather in the far reaches of heaven. There, in the soft glow of eternal light, they would recount the great battle that had defined the fate of the cosmos. The story was never told with bitterness or rage, it was shared with reverence, awe, and sometimes even sorrow. For although Michael had triumphed, the cost of that victory had been great. It had been a battle of the heart, of loyalty and pride, of the very essence of free will. The story was a reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful, a reflection of how easily greatness could be overshadowed by pride, and how the light of heaven could be darkened by rebellion. Michael, now the revered leader of the heavenly host, would often gather his fellow archangels in moments of quiet reflection. He would speak of the choices made, of the pain of watching a brother, once beloved and radiant, fall into the abyss. He would speak of how Satan's fall had not been a victory but a tragic loss, a loss that had shattered the harmony of heaven and cast a shadow upon eternity. The battle had been necessary, yes, but it had never been desired. And so the story of the conflict, the story of loyalty and betrayal, was passed down as a solemn reminder that the struggle between good and evil was eternal, and the stakes were nothing less than the very heart of creation. The angels, wise and eternal, would pass this knowledge along to the younger generations, to those still growing in strength and wisdom. The children of heaven, those who had not witnessed the battle firsthand, would sit in rapt attention as the elders spoke of Michael's courage, of his unwavering faith in the Creator, and of the ultimate triumph of good over evil. But they would also hear of the consequences of rebellion, of how a single spark of pride had led to the downfall of one of the brightest stars in heaven. It was a lesson to be remembered. It was a story that would shape the way the angels viewed their purpose, their loyalty, and their role in the eternal order of creation. But the story did not belong only to the angels. It had been passed down to humanity as well, carried across time through the ages, from generation to generation. It was whispered in the winds of ancient times, recorded in sacred texts, and shared in the quiet moments of reflection between a parent and child. In the days of old, the people would gather around the fire, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, and they would listen intently as the elders spoke of the cosmic battle that had shaped the world. In this retelling, the story of Michael and Satan was more than just a celestial war. It was a story of hope, redemption, and the resilience of the human spirit. Humanity had witnessed its own struggles, its own moments of weakness and failure. But the story of Michael's victory was a reminder that, no matter how dark the battle seemed, there was always the possibility of redemption, always the chance to overcome the forces of evil. Michael's unwavering commitment to the Creator had shown humanity that true strength was not found in power or domination, but in loyalty, in faith, and in the willingness to serve others. The story of the battle between Michael and Satan became a source of inspiration for the redeemed. It was a beacon of hope for those who had stumbled in their own journeys, a reminder that they, too, could rise from the ashes of their mistakes and find their way back to the light. For in the end, it was not about the fall, but about the rise. It was not about the battle, but about the peace that followed. It was about the eternal truth that no darkness, no matter how deep, could ever extinguish the light. As humanity grew in understanding, the tale evolved. It was no longer just a story of celestial beings, but one that became deeply personal. It was about every human heart that struggled against temptation, every soul that fought against sin, and every life that sought redemption. The eternal battle between Michael and Satan became a reflection of the inner battles each person faced, the constant struggle between good and evil, light and darkness. It was no longer just Michael's victory, it was the victory of every soul that overcame the temptations of the world and chose to walk in the light. And so, the story continued to be passed down. It was shared in sermons, in prayers, in the quiet moments of reflection. It was written in sacred books, etched into the hearts of those who had experienced the power of redemption firsthand. It was told to children, so that they might understand the importance of loyalty, faith, and humility. And it was told to the brokenhearted, to those who had fallen, so they might remember that no one was beyond redemption, and that there was always hope for a new beginning. The tale of Michael and Satan became a timeless story, a story that transcended generations, transcended time itself. It was a story that spoke to the deepest parts of the human soul, to the eternal truth that no matter how dark the night, the morning would always come. It was a story of the power of love and loyalty, the strength found in surrender, and the ultimate victory of good over evil. It was a story that would never be forgotten, never fade with the passing of time, because it was written into the very fabric of existence. And so, the story of Michael versus Satan was passed down, not just as a tale of ancient times, but as a living truth, one that shaped the lives of all who heard it. For as long as there were hearts to hear, the story would live on, a testament to the eternal struggle between light and darkness and the unbreakable power of love and redemption. The question lingered in the stillness of the heavens, an enigma that echoed through the corridors of time. Why? Why had the conflict between Michael and Satan been allowed to unfold? Why had a perfect and harmonious creation, an existence untouched by strife, been interrupted by rebellion and war? And why, after all that had transpired, was there a plan for redemption, for reconciliation, for hope? In the vast expanse of eternity, where time held no sway, this question had been whispered, pondered, and searched for answers. It was not just a question for the angels, but for every soul that had ever walked the earth, for every being that had ever felt the weight of suffering, of temptation, of the battle between good and evil. Why had such a thing been allowed to happen in the first place? The conflict, this grand celestial war between the forces of heaven and hell, between Michael and Satan, had not come out of nowhere. It had not been a mistake, nor a flaw in the design of creation. No, it had been something deeper. It was an integral part of God's greater plan, a plan that reached far beyond the limits of moral comprehension. And yet, in its complexity, there was a simplicity, one that could only be understood through faith, through trust in the wisdom of the Creator. For at the heart of this cosmic drama lay a profound and difficult truth. The conflict had always been about free will. God had created all things with love and intention, from the smallest blade of grass to the grandest of stars. But in His perfection, He had also created the capacity for choice. Without choice, there could be no true love. Without freedom, there could be no devotion. God had not made His creation as mere automatons, programmed to follow a fixed path. No, He had given His angels, and later, humanity, the ability to choose love or hatred, good or evil, obedience or rebellion. The tragic fall of Satan, once the brightest of all the angels, was born out of this freedom. It was not a flaw in creation, but the inevitable consequence of free will. Satan had once been the most radiant of God's messengers, a being of pure light, exalted above the others. But with that exaltation came a temptation, a seed of pride. The choice had always been there, in the very heart of heaven, to serve God, or to seek to surpass Him. It was a choice that only Satan, in his arrogance, had embraced. He desired power, he desired control, he desired to ascend above his Creator. His rebellion was not against the tyrant, but against the very principle of love, of humility, of grace. But the story did not end with Satan's rebellion. For in allowing free will, God had also allowed for the possibility of redemption. Satan's fall was tragic, yes, but it was not final. God's plan was not merely about the elimination of evil, it was about the opportunity for transformation. It was about the grace that could turn a fallen being back toward the light, the mercy that could redeem even the most lost soul. This, too, was a part of the plan. And so the conflict, though painful and destructive, was also necessary. It was through the rebellion and the subsequent battle between Michael and Satan that the true nature of good and evil was revealed. It was in the fight for heaven's future, the struggle for humanity's redemption, that the angels, and later mankind, would learn the full measure of God's love, His justice, and His mercy. For how could love truly be known, if there were no darkness against which it could be contrasted? How could the depth of sacrifice be understood, if there had been no cost? How could loyalty, courage, and faithfulness be truly valued, if there had been no test, no trial to face? The fall of Satan, and the ensuing war, had shown the cosmos the destructive power of pride, of selfishness, and of rebellion. But it had also shown the infinite power of grace, the unwavering light of love, and the strength of sacrifice. God's plan, then, was not merely about preventing suffering, but about allowing it in order to bring about something greater. It was through suffering that the true beauty of redemption could shine. The pain of the battle, the agony of witnessing creation torn asunder, was not for naught. It was for the victory that would follow, the victory of love over hate, of good over evil, of redemption over destruction. And there was, perhaps, a deeper mystery still, the idea that, in the face of rebellion, God's wisdom would triumph in ways beyond mortal understanding. God did not allow the conflict to occur because he lacked foresight or power. He allowed it because he, in his infinite wisdom, understood that true love could only come through choice, and true grace could only come through the experience of redemption. The cosmic conflict was, in a sense, the soil in which the seed of grace could grow, where love could be tested, and where the true nature of good and evil could be revealed for all eternity. As Michael, now standing in the fullness of his victory, reflected on the battle, he could see it. He saw the wisdom that had guided the Creator's plan. He saw the infinite beauty in the way the Creator had woven free will into the fabric of creation. He saw that this struggle, this battle, had not been a failure, but a necessary part of the grand design. Through the rebellion, through the war, and through the eventual triumph, the entire universe had been shown the immeasurable depth of God's love. In the end, evil had been cast down, but through it, God had revealed his own strength, his grace, and his eternal goodness. And yet, as time continued to move forward, the mystery remained. Why had this all been allowed? Why not create a perfect, unshakable world from the start, free from the possibility of rebellion, free from pain? The answer, in its simplest form, was love. For love was not love if it could not be chosen. And grace was not grace if it had not been earned. In the cosmic balance, where the divine and the fallen met, God had allowed the possibility of destruction in order to bring about an even greater good, the full revelation of his divine nature. The conflict was not the end. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, one in which redemption could be known in its fullest form. The battle had been necessary, and yet in the end, it was all part of God's plan, a plan so vast, so intricate, and so deeply rooted in love, that it could never be fully understood, but always trusted. And in that trust, there was peace. A great silence fell over the heavens, a silence that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. All the celestial hosts gathered, their eyes turned toward the brilliant light that radiated from the throne of the Creator. Michael stood at the forefront, his wings outstretched in quiet majesty, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. He had seen the darkest of battles, the deepest of sacrifices, and the highest of triumphs. Yet, here, in this final moment, he stood as a symbol of what had been, and what would always be, hope, faith, and the eternal victory of light over darkness. The war was over. The forces of evil had been vanquished, and Satan, once the proudest of angels, lay bound in the abyss, his whispers silenced forever. The heavens, once torn by the echoes of rebellion, were now restored to their perfect harmony. The earth, too, had been cleansed, its soil enriched with the blessings of redemption and grace. The battle had been fierce, but the victory was eternal. Michael's gaze swept across the vast expanse, and for a brief moment, it was as if all creation stood still. The beauty of heaven was beyond words. The golden streets shimmered like sunlight on water, each step a reminder of the unshakable foundation of truth and justice. The city, with its towering gates of pearl and its walls of jasper, gleamed with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, yet it was soft, peaceful, like a dream where no harm could ever touch. In this place, there was no sorrow, no pain, no fear. It was the culmination of all that had been promised. And there, within that serene glow, Michael stood. Not as a conqueror, not as a warrior, but as a symbol of loyalty, of sacrifice, of the unwavering faith that had carried him through the darkest of days. His sword, once drawn in battle, was now sheathed in peace, its edge as sharp as ever, but its purpose no longer one of war, but of protection. His wings, though once furled for flight into battle, now rested gently against his back, like a shield ready to embrace those who would come to him for guidance and comfort. Around him, the angels sang, a song not of victory in the traditional sense, but of a victory that had transcended all earthly and heavenly battles. It was a song of gratitude, of peace. It was a song that celebrated the eternal triumph of good over evil, light over darkness, and love over hatred. It was a song that filled the heavens with an uncontainable joy, a joy that could only be felt in the presence of the Creator. The scene before him was the fulfillment of the Creator's promise. No longer would there be any need for war, for struggle, for sacrifice. The battle had been fought, the price had been paid, and now all that remained was peace. The mortal realm had been redeemed, the gates of heaven were open to all who sought it, and creation itself had been restored to its rightful order. And yet, Michael knew, in the deepest part of his heart, that this victory was not just a victory for heaven. It was a victory for all of creation, humanity, the angels, and even the creatures of the earth. It was a victory for the souls who had chosen the light, for those who had walked through their own battles and come out on the other side stronger, purer, and more devoted to the Creator. This victory was theirs as much as it was his. For in the end, the war was never truly between heaven and hell, but between light and darkness within every heart. And now, that battle was over. Light had won, and it would reign forever. As Michael stood there, a figure of calm and strength amidst the glory of heaven, he thought back on the journey that had led him here. He thought of the moments of doubt, of the times when it had seemed that all hope was lost, when the heavens had trembled with the forces of rebellion, and the very fabric of creation seemed on the verge of unraveling. He thought of the times he had been forced to fight, to endure, and to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Creator's plan. But all of that now seemed like a distant memory, a shadow fading in the light of this moment. For in this moment, all that mattered was the promise that had been fulfilled, the promise that the Creator would never leave his creation to fall into chaos, that there would always be a path back to redemption, no matter how far one had strayed. The Creator's love had been shown, not in the absence of struggle, but in the triumph over it. And now, that love was all-encompassing, filling every corner of existence, from the highest of heavens to the deepest of hearts. Michael raised his eyes to the throne, where the Creator sat, his presence overwhelming in its purity and power. He did not need to speak. The Creator's gaze met his, and in that gaze, Michael understood everything. The victory was not his alone. It was a victory shared with every soul that had stood firm in faith, that had walked through the darkness and chosen the light. It was a victory that would echo through eternity, a victory that would never be forgotten. The silence lingered for a moment, but it was a silence filled with peace. The battle was done, but the song of heaven continued, a song of eternal praise, a song of everlasting joy. And in that song, Michael stood, not as a warrior, but as a servant, a guardian of creation, a beacon of hope and faith. This was the victory eternal. This was the triumph that would never fade. This was the victory of love, of faith, and of the unbreakable bond between the Creator and his creation. And it would echo through the halls of heaven for all eternity, a song that would never cease.